gone. Bowl them. Go on, Indo, take up on the guy.
Western Province win.
He's got him. Easy catch. What a performance.
Hierdie is baie goed gespeeld.
This an excellent game of cricket.
Goes again, and he goes over square leg, and that's 6 more.
Well, asked to get hit. And tries to pitch it up now, making it important.
It's a great catch. Straight down the ground, and that's 4 more to Zonda.
T20 challenge. Oh, that's a full toss, it'll be looping. And that's short and caught on the boundary. No! In overbalancing, he's had to throw the ball back. Straight down the ground, fetch that. That'll be a boundary 4. So, short, top edge. Will this carry? Yes, it has. And Plikey. Oh, heaved straight, short boundary. That'll be 4.
Smart's miss hits there.
And he's taken. Excellent catch.
The Tole goes over mid off. And signs. Yes, he finds long off. Plikey. And he does just that, and it's over long off, and he watches it sail over his head. So Brian goes straight, and they watch that. That crashes into the side screen, and that's the edge there, and he's got him. Meyer strikes. First ball of Bosch goes downtown, and it's 6 more. He struck that sweetly, did Ethan. He lined him up. Goes wide. Bosch goes again. Guess what? That's 6 more.
His last delivery.
That's wide. It's to cover. It's a good catch. Meyer takes the catch at cover. Well, he gives room, tries to go mid off, hits it to cover, and that's taken. When he tries to go over mid on, and he does just that, and that's 4 more.
Got just enough on that to clear.
On the drive, finds the gap. It was slightly uppish. Him top of the order, and that is hammered away. Well, that's sat up and asked. Hammered down the ground. Short, straight, that length. That's bold. Didn't see Bales fly because they aren't. Looking for the big hit, King, and Brad White. All he does is give it horns.
Uppercut that. He got 6 more. Does it?
Behind square on the offside.
King gives himself room.
Beautiful shot.
It's a serious cricket shot. That's 4.
Cricketer plays spin.
And that's another perfect example, that job. And that's Duplessis for you. That's caught. That's Peleus executing his plans full outside off. And he's caught at point Ackerman.
Oh, it's almost desperation, but he gets away with it. A much run rate achieved.
That's smashed over cover. That's 4 more to Kish.
Out at the end. And once again, Tashila looking for the giving away the single. Oh, that'll find the gap and the boundary, and he has been. It goes again, and that's gone all the way for 6. 2 big shots, brilliantly played. Oh, flicked away into the wind, all the way for 6. Looking for the leg side, and 6 more. He finds it. Batting way outside that required. There it is. Scooped over the inner ring, away for 4, behind square, and the Warriors.
This excellent game of cricket.
And gone.
Bowl them.
Go on in, don't take a punt guy.
Western Province win.
He's got him. Easy catch. What a performance.
Hier is baie goed gespeeld.
This excellent game of cricket.
Lovely stroke.
Excellent shot. Oh, that shot, and it's punished by Wandile Mak.
Chances.
And that's the first wicket. That is bread and butter.
In again. Down the ground. That is a glorious response by man. Cross-batted shot this time, but it's the same result. And again, and again, and again. Up, and away. Similar shot this time, a lot wider, but it'll go all the way. Short and hammered away onto the onside. There's vacant room out there at mid-wicket. Skill is definitely going to need to grow. Is the skill there from Wandile Makwetu? It's almost copy and paste. This time it'll go all the way. Just open. Down the ground, there's a man coming in. Is he going to take the catch? He does. Comfortable catch. Allow him to. Comfortable. Short and pulled away onto the onside. There's no protection out there. Short. And that has absolutely been dispatched. Deposited onto the... in Johannesburg. That's wayward on the leg side, and he's just swatted that away.
In that wonderful innings last week.
Full toss and inside out all the way. Tour of the UAE comes in the way, but boy oh boy, is that a glorious way
As well.
with and not missing out. More to come. Up and over the man at short third. Couple of bounces into
CJ King is back into the attack. Oh, bit short and walloped. High. It could be out. Yes. Good catch. Short and wide. Was there a little scratch? I heard something. Oh, that's beautifully struck. Connor. Side off. Short and put away by Connor Esterhuizen. Oh, brilliantly worked. What skill by Mitchell van Buren. And twos. Oh, beautiful pickup by Connor Esterhuizen. High and handsome. Short now and hooked. Over fine leg. 6 more. Oh, well played by Mitchell van Buren. Oh, outside off stump and walloped over. Oh, helicopter shot. and he goes again, targeting a similar to 40. Oh, bad start by Blakey's. A full toss. And Connor Esterhuizen says, thank you for sport. And action here at the Wanderers as that is straight down the ground for 6. Mitchell.
It is going to hit the
Hold
stump.
him! Clean him up. He's gone straight through the gate. Well, if I can't get you out. See? Just worked away onto the onside. They're going to get 2 here as this one will go beyond the... Short, hammered onto the onside, and the first shot in anger result. Does get his final over. Short and chipped onto the onside. There's a man going around, but he's not going to cut hold. He went unsold rather in the SA20, and this one in the over.
Short and flat. surely gone. Yeah, this. Sonapur has got contact this time. Nice delivery, just over middle.
Those heights.
That's a nice shot by Sonapur through the covers.
50k.
Quicker and flatter at the LBW Peel and given.
It's full and oh, that's an excellent.
To practice in case he's ever needed.
Oh, and that's a huge. Must do the trick or not? Oh, it's a short delivery and 6 yet again. And make that 4 sixes. Mokakane on strike. Oh, that's another 6. He skies that one and CJ King. That was shot on the offside and Quena. Oh, inside edges. Oh, the 18.
Not as a team, maybe he's injured.
Oh, that's such a good shot. That's such a good.
Like that.
A reverse sweep once again or reverse hit.
Excellent game of cricket.
bright afternoon at the DP World Wanderers. It is game 10 of this year's CSA T20 Challenge. It's Mitchell van Buren and the DP World Lions taking on Prenel and Sobrine and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Hi everybody, my name is David Midgley. I've got Dom Hendricks alongside me, and later we'll be joined by Colin Kawa. This is a wonderful game in prospect. The Lions coming off of a blasting win against the Dolphin Warriors at home on Friday. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins struggling with 2 from 2 losses thus far in the campaign. Dom, good afternoon to you and welcome to commentary.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's lovely to be here. A beautiful sunny day here in Joburg, and yeah, really excited to be on the other side of the fence for once.
What would you make of Friday's performance from the Lions? They really struggled in the first game against the Titans, but they found the magic the second time around.
Yeah, most definitely. You could see we were a little bit off the pace against the Titans in the first game. And yeah, the boys came out all guns blazing on Friday with a very, very dominant batting display. And in the second innings, yeah, the boys bowled really, really well. Put the batters under pressure from the Warriors. An outstanding performance from Junaid Dawood with 5 for 30, if I'm not mistaken. So very, very clinical performance.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something they'll want to no doubt repeat here on a glorious Sunday afternoon. The news from the middle is that the DP World Lions have won the toss and they'll have a bat. It is the exact same strip from Friday, and Dom, you feel like there won't be too much difference between Friday's game and this one here?
So in terms of the strip, I don't think it will play much differently. Only difference really is that the most noticeable difference I would say is that this is a day game, so the lights won't kick in, or there won't be any lights. So yeah, in terms of seam and swing, it generally does a little bit more under the lights, but should be a really good wicket. I mean, Frosty's prepared some phenomenal wickets in the past couple of seasons for the Lions here at the Wanderers, so I've got no doubt that this will be another good one.
The Lions have the upper hand in the head-to-head, having won 16 of the 29 games here, the Dolphins winning 12 and a no result on one occasion. So a game that the Lions will feel confident about in compilation with last year's victory in the final here. It was one that the Lions managed to pick up their second trophy after you and your team picked up the 4-day competition early in the year. How do you feel about the Lions' prospects this year? We spoke in the previous game about how the Lions struggle early in the season and then age like a fine wine as the season goes on.
Yeah, it's really funny. We were a couple of weeks ago. We had a pre-season sort of camp at Sun City for a couple of days, and it was one of the talking points over there. Why have we been notoriously bad starters, and what is the reasoning for that? So did quite a bit of talking, and we sort of got to the bottom of it. We could say we've got to the bottom of it now after Friday night's performance. And yeah, hopefully more of the same to come today for us.
Absolutely, and Junaid Dawood, who's somebody who's really showed his skills here on Friday night. 5 wickets, an incredible performance from him. Just talk a little bit about how his journey has gone over the last little while.
It's been really tough for him. He was one of the few guys last season that I would say was quite frustrated because there wasn't a lot of opportunity. With Bjorn being around and the captain of the team, it was really difficult to sort of get him into the T20 challenge last year. So yeah, he's got his opportunity this year, and very, very happy to see that he's taken his chance in the last game, and yeah, hopefully can replicate that performance again today for the Lions. 2
changes for the DP World Lions. It's Reza Hendricks who makes way for Josh Richards as Reza heads back to the UAE with Temba Bavuma injured in the previous game, so we wish him a speedy recovery. And then Luto Supamla making way for Cody Yusuf. Cody Yusuf fielded in that last game, you remember, after Wandile Makwetu took quite a rancid blow to the head. It was a full toss and hitting him square on the head. Wasn't the only one in the game where a player got hit on the head, but good to see that Wandile Makwetu's back on the starting lineup. And another conversation that I want to have with you is about Wandile Makwetu. He's kind of sat in the second chair behind Ryan Rickleton, and he's made the most of his opportunity, particularly with that performance in the last game.
Yes, he's really looked quite a good player over the past 2 seasons. He's batted really, really well. Won us a couple of games, or contributed to winning us a couple of games down the order in the red ball format, and Russell has given him a bit of, or shown his faith in him by sending him up the order and letting him have a full go up the top of the order. He's really looked a good player. Just watching him in the nets, he's looked really, really tidy, and a lot of the preseason games he also did quite well with the bat. So, yeah, really, really looking forward to seeing how he starts again today. Obviously, after that blow, not the best thing to take as a cricketer. So hopefully there's no side effects of that blow from Friday night, and yeah, he can hit the ground running this afternoon.
Well, there might be an argument that he would want the side effects because that over of Sanaran Mutasamy he's deposited to all parts was Mutasamy after that knock to the head of Makwetu. So maybe that's the kick-starting element for Makwetu to get going. One change for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. Sean van Staren is the one who makes way for Bradley Porteous, and it's been a bit of a frustrating start for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, not winning yet in this competition, coming undone against the Momentum Multiply Titans on Friday. And it's time now, Dom, for those senior players within the Dolphin side to really step up and make those performances count.
Yeah, most definitely. If you look at the side, there's quite a lot of young players in this team. If you look at young Ramesh and Pillay, who's sort of batting down the order, Bradley Porteous getting an opportunity over here. But I think the Dolphins will rely heavily on the likes of Kaya Zondo, John Smuts, Brendan Subrain, and also Marcus Ackerman to sort of string a good performance for them today.
It's been a frustrating time for the Dolphins, and they want to make recompense and turn their form around, and what a better place to do it than the iconic DP World Wonders. Both of these teams have an opportunity to cement their momentum in this tournament. One way for the Dolphins is to turn around, because there's so few games in the competition. If you get 1 or 2 wins, you can really build a head of steam. On the other end, if you are losing, this is now the game to turn around. It's the third game of the competition. You're basically on the halfway mark, and so this is now your time to turn things around. Talking about turning things around, the Lions going with a different opening partnership. Josh Richards and Wandile Makwetu opening. Zubair Hamza struggled a little bit with the bat.
Yeah, so Josh has looked really, really good in the nets. He's been timing the ball very, very nicely, and yeah, he's renowned for scoring a lot of runs up the top of the order. So with Riza doing some national duty in the UAE and being called back to Dubai, it sort of makes sense to send Josh back up to the top of the order. And yeah, hopefully he can hit the ground running this afternoon for us. I see that Darren de Pavillon is going to take the first over for the Dolphins, and Josh Richards taking guard. So yeah, should be a really good contest, this one. I'm looking forward to this.
And don't forget that 10 lucky students could stand a chance to win up to 100,000 rands towards their outstanding tertiary fees by simply attending any of the T20 challenge games. Visit cricket.co.za or our social media pages for more information. T's and C's apply. Was a Nawe student challenge. So Darren de Pavillon will go from the call-it drive end. He's got one slip in place, and the 2 fielders out are deep square and a wide third man. He'll be going to Josh Richards for the first ball of this game. Interesting line and length to get underway there. Josh Richards doing well to keep that out. De Pavillon's been an experienced campaigner for many years, and he's had some opportunities with the national side, but he's crucial to this bowling attack for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Yeah, most definitely. He's you would say he's the spirit of this attack. A wealth of experience, and also played a bit of county cricket in the UK this past winter for Derbyshire.
Will he be able to transfer those skills from the English conditions? Much warmer here in Johannesburg. Lovely shot, just guides this away, and that outfield is like a billiards green. Good work there in the end to rein it in. They'll get 3 for it, so only just saving the 1, but a confident stroke early for Josh Richards. These two, Josh Richards and Wandile Makwetu, would know each other very well growing up and playing some of their cricket together. And how much of a value point is that when you have played with a guy for many years? You know, that confidence that you feel, particularly, I mean, without alluding to it too obviously, but the Hendricks connection, not related, but still an important partnership for the Lions.
Yeah, look, it's really good to sort of play a lot of cricket with someone. You sort of learn them in and out, if I could say that. To Pavillon running in here.
But straighter this time, and Makwetu just tickles that away onto the onside. They immediately call for the second. It's off to a much better start on Friday. The Lions were a little bit circumspect in their start. Remember that they were 89 for 1 at the 11th over, and boy oh boy did they put their foot on the gas in that period, and the way in which the scoring rate almost kind of rocketed to the moon made a huge impact in the way that they set themselves up for that 239. Popped up in the air, but it's gone over the head of Parsons. He can only turn and follow, and that's the first boundary for the Lions.
Straight away, the slip has been taken out and has been put into mid-wicket after that shot.
Just a little chip there over the inner ring. Maybe a little bit too much width there from De Pavillon, and Makwetu, in the form that he's in at the moment, won't waste that opportunity. Squared him up there, taking the leading edge, but they'll get through for a single. Good bit of work there to ensure that they're rotating the strike, and it's important when you are trying to form a partnership early on that you just get to the other end, rotate the strike, and find where you can really put bowlers under pressure, because as I'm sure you can attest to, Dom, you know, when a bowler is under pressure, he tries everything in his bag, and often that's when you can, you know, build misery upon him. And that'll be a wide, so the first extra for the day.
Just going on the point about sort of trying to rotate the strike, you can see that the Dolphins fielders are both backward point cover and extra cover are right on the 30-yard circle. So a lot of opportunity for a quick single into the covers there if they can get it right, both Josh and Wandile Makwetu.
So the final ball of the first over, really 11 from it. Defensive on the back foot, but they'll be happy with that, will the DP World Lions. At the end of one, it's 11 without loss. Just having a look at that, having a look at that change. Reza Hendricks replacing Timba Bavuma at the national side means that Josh Richards can come in, and the other change, as we mentioned, is Lutu Sapamla in place of Cody Yusuf. Not that he did anything wrong on Friday, which purely, I would suspect, a rotational change with Kwena on the brink of having to write his final exams. It's a delicate balance when you're that stage of your life. Ukuhle Cele will come from the golf course end. Hopefully he can make the breakthrough for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Bit of a different field over here. We've got deep square on the boundary, and we've got a deep backward point on the boundary too.
Outside edge, he's got him. Easy start for Ukuhle Cele, and it's exactly what the skipper would have ordered. Just a tickle through and a good catch there behind the stumps. The Lions lose their first. Wandile Makwetu's gone for 7. It's 11 for 1.
It's a wonderful bit of bowling there. Nicely back of a length. A bit of movement off the seam there, and Wandi's just fended at that one, and a little tickle through to the keeper. Sapang Dutole completed a really good catch there to his right-hand side.
Well, it's almost the proverbial Nelson that has struck, and it brings Zubair Hamza to the wicket. 34 games, 450s and 100, averaging 31. But he's had a lean patch thus far in CSA T20, being dismissed early in both games, and so he now has a genuine opportunity to set out a stall and allow Josh Richards to maybe guide him on what he's just seen there. We saw a bit of movement off the wicket and through the air on Friday night, but as you said, Dom, the majority of that coming under the lights. So the slip remains in place. Just a short third man as well for that shot. Works us away to short 45 and cut off nicely there by De Pavillon. It'll certainly buoy up the Dolphins players. You might have just heard their great start, pal, backing their bowler here. Let's have a look at this replay. Makwetu just fending at that. He was squared up, and good catch, as you mentioned, by Tsapang Ditole. Called through for the single. Didn't look comfortable with that one, just fended at that one.
Yeah, Kutle has actually come in with some really good energy over here, looking to hit the seam nice and hard, and yeah, he's got a couple of balls to nip a bit away and back off the seam. So really good start from him here with the ball so far.
Lions winning the toss and deciding that they will have a bat. Do you feel like they would back their skills with ball in hand in a day game, or would they prefer to just put pressure on the opposition with bat in hand?
I think the secret to our success over the in the last game was sort of getting a nice total on the board and backing the bowlers to defend that total.
He's beaten him on the inside there. You mentioned Cele showing us his bag of tricks there, and he's done exactly that. Good energy, bustling in, hits the deck hard, and
again extracted a little bit of lateral movement off the seam there. Just shows you that if you hit the deck at the Wanderers, there might be a bit of an offer for you with this new ball today.
Good defense and good delivery there from Cele. His tail is up. Just the one leg by thus far from the over, and a much better response than his compadre at the other end. And this will certainly buoy the confidence of the Dolphins. They want to feel like they're on top of the Lions. This is a home game for the Lions, but if you can get the ascendancy here, you almost feel like you are in the driving seat for this game. Just chop that into the ground, and oohs and ahs ringing out here. And that's the end of the second. The Dolphins picking up the wicket of Wandile Makwetu. Cele, the man with ball in hand. It's 12 for 1.
Again, a really good piece of bowling from Okirflechele there. His lines were really good, nice and tight onto the stumps, not giving too much width, and sort of trying to tuck the batsman up, and yeah, presenting that seam nice and upright in that last over. So hopefully the rest of the Dolphins sort of bowlers have seen that and will follow suit too.
Ramashan Pillay will replace Darren De Pavillon, just a seedling of a domestic career. He's only bowled 4 overs in his time thus far at this level, but he's got a wealth of knowledge around him to guide him. Hopefully he can extract something out of the surface. It was in the air for a bit, but it's beaten the man in the ring there and cruised away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot by Hamza.
Very confident shot there from Zubair Hamza. Bit of width, and he sort of just leant onto that one nicely.
Good bit of footwork there. He got his foot to the pitch of the ball, and the value that you get for your shots along the ground here is immense. This is a glorious surface. Without the rain, it's almost like a billiard table. We didn't look comfortable with that one. Called through for the single, and the fumble in the field means that they get through comfortably in the end.
That last one looks like it was a little bit more energy from the young Pillay over there. Sort of dug it in a little bit shorter, and it looked like it nipped back a little bit in towards Zubair Hamza, so they scampered through for a quick single to short 45 over there.
bat turning in the hand there as he tried to play that straight back past the bowler. What are the kind of things that you as a senior player would be sharing with a youngster in such an important start to his career? You know, the value of insight. What kind of thoughts are you sharing with a youngster like that?
So generally on the bowling front, I would say at the Wanderers your lengths are very, very key. You can afford to be a little bit fuller, and then in the T20 format you obviously don't want to be, or you don't want to give too much width, so sort of trying to hit and zone in on off stump as best as he can.
Oh, inventive shot here. He's got inside it and chipped it. It's gone all the way for 6. Lovely little stroke there from Josh Richards. And, well, how the tide has turned in this over. It's ebbed and flowed. But boy, oh boy, was that a wonderful, innovative shot.
Yeah, really good innovation from Josh Richards there. Got nice and low and got into a really good position early on there to scoop him over short 45 for 6.
Premeditated shot. He knew exactly what he wanted there. And just prior to that delivery, there was a change in the field. Deep backward point, sweeping now in the deep cover region. Oh, and there's the width that you were talking about that you don't want to give him. And Richards trying to replicate that. Trying to say, well, if I've done it once, I can do it again.
Pele adjusted really, really well there. Saw Josh getting into position to replicate that shot and sort of just threw one a little bit wider of off stump for him. And Josh, unfortunately, couldn't get any bat on that one. Very well bowled.
Just carves this away out to the cover sweeper. And they'll get one for it. Turned out to be a very expensive over. There's 12 from it thus far. Seems that today, if you are going to be bowling from the call it drive end, you are going to be under pressure if you are wayward with lines and lengths. So 3 overs gone, 24 for the loss of the 1 wicket. 13 runs is the partnership at the moment. You know, as a captain, you often want your bowlers to bowl in pairs, that want to attack from both ends. How does that impact your plans when you've got a guy like Taylor who's running in and moving it off the seam, and at the other end they just seem to be leaking runs? We'll get your thoughts after this delivery. Slip remains in place. Good start and an equally good shot, but cut off there by Taylor in his follow through.
Yeah, just going back to your question over there, it makes it a little bit challenging because ideally you'd want sort of 1 or at least 2 bowlers to bowl 2 in this power play with the new ball. So you've bowled a lot of pressure on the one end, and then on the other side it's sort of handed the pressure back and putting the Dolphins back under pressure from a batting point of view. So
spanked into the adjacent strips, but just finds the man there in the ring.
It's the first loose ball that Okuhle has actually bowled today, but unfortunately for Josh Richards, he's headed straight to Marcus Ackerman at cover.
Isn't that always the case, that when somebody's bowling well, they just give you one freebie and then it gets cannon straight to the man that you wanted to beat on the left-hand side? He's beaten him there on the inside now. So it's good recovery here. That was something that I noticed Bayo Swanepoel did really well for the Dolphins Warriors on Friday. Every time he bowled a wayward ball, he made sure he came back with the right delivery for the occasion. And you come back to that, the option of not bowling wide. You've got to bowl stump to stump, line and length here, because as you get that width, you travel up here at the high felt. Looking to try and sneak away with a drop and run, not able to get it.
Most noticeable difference between sort of the other 2 bowlers that have bowled from the caller type end and Okuhle's, his lengths have been really, really good. Nothing's sort of been overpitched. Only that one that was slightly short and wide that Josh hit straight to Marcus Ackerman cover. And he's also been really, really tight on the stump, so really, really difficult to get him away at the moment. Good energy on the ball from him so far this afternoon.
Just punches that off the back foot, finds Parsons, And not able to get this 5 dots in this over. And the Lions are going to need something to release the pressure. Speaking of Lions, Bryce Parsons spent some time here at the Wanderers before making his way down to the coast, and he seems a little bit more settled. It's tough here up at the Highveld. The talent pool is just so big, and sometimes players need to find their feet in other pastures. Pulled onto the onside. There is some cover down there at deep mid wicket. They think about a second, but declined, and that's the end of the over. So Richards retains the strike. It's the end of 4, and it's 25 for 1. So many players, Dom, that have come from this environment that have gone on to find success elsewhere. It's very competitive here. The talent pool is just so big, and so, you know, even if you find a small bit of success here, you might just feel like a move elsewhere would be better for you. But surely that enriches the talent pool in South African cricket as a whole.
Yeah, most definitely. Unfortunately, we are sometimes blessed with too much talent here in Johannesburg and in the Gauteng region that there's not enough opportunity for these sort of players to play. So the only option for them really is to spread their wings elsewhere, and Bryce Parsons is definitely one of those players. Tsipang Detole too, actually. He's from Johannesburg, from Kagiso, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's a loud shout. No, De Pavillon is not going to find any joy. What do you rate? High? Across the stumps? He's too far across.
Yeah, I think a little bit too high by the looks of that, but I'll just have to look at this replay again quickly. Yeah, a bit too high, that one. Definitely going over the stumps there. Josh sort of tried to step inside the line there and take advantage of the slightly shorter boundary towards the leg side. Unfortunately unsuccessful on that occasion.
He manages to tuck it away on the onside. That's a lovely shot. He just timed it so magnificently. He gets the result this time and runs away to the boundary for 4.
Unfortunately on this occasion, De Pavillon again a touch too straight, and a player as good as Josh Richards is not going to miss out on the pads. Great piece of batting that.
This time a lot squarer, so there is protection out there at deep square. He seemed a little bit rushed on that stroke, but he survives. They just get the single. So 5 from the over thus far. Much better length there from De Pavillon. If he's going to bowl that line, he's got to be exactly there and thereabouts. Although we know Zubair Hamza is not afraid of a pull stroke, so it's always a bit of a cat and mouse game in T20 cricket, and things can go really wrong or really well in much shorter of a time than perhaps you could even notice. 1-6 could really accelerate the game, or a wicket could be the start of a collapse. Tries to beat the man there at backward point, not able to get it past Andile Simelane. It's a much better comeback here from De Pavillon. Just that one wayward delivery earlier in the over, and he's been good thus far.
A much better line to Zubair Hamza that he's bowled over here so far. Sort of a lot tighter to off stump. To Josh, he was a little bit too straight, and Josh sort of tucking him into the leg side a couple of times.
Nearly chopped that one onto his own stumps. He survives it. 5 gone. It's 30 for 1. Dom, you and I were chatting a little bit before we came on air, as we see the band striking up here, getting the crowd going. The Lions opting not to bring in any new players this season, and you mentioned that it was Russell Domingo deciding that he wanted to build within instead of trying to bring other players in. Because you spoke about that talent pool, and it's so important that players get opportunities.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, sort of Junaid Dawood has made the most of an opportunity that he got on Friday night, whereas last season opportunities for the likes of him were few and far between, with Bjorn Fortuin being around. And if you look at this season too, I mean, the likes of Connor Esterhuizen is going to be sort of one of our players that's going to be playing week in, week out.
Or just beats him there on the outside edge.
So yeah, the choice to sort of retain players and look internally has given guys an opportunity on the outskirts or that have been on the fringes a better opportunity to sort of stake a name in this line setup.
Yeah, it's such a difficult thing when you're trying to balance a squad for a season, because you obviously don't foresee injuries or national call-ups, and the Lions have managed to balance nicely. Lovely stroke, just hits that on the up through the covers, and it flows away like hot butter, and it's a boundary for 4.
Great piece of batting by Josh there. By no means was that a half volley, and he's just lent on that nicely through the covers. And again, he's let the outfield do the work for him there, raced away to the boundary.
Josh Richards, having spent a lot of time at the top of the order in the red ball stuff with you, Dom, what are the kind of the processes that he has in place to get himself into a position where he feels like he's confident and comfortable at the crease?
I think the key for him, batting with him over the years, has been just how sort of calm he is at the crease. So big thing for him is just playing each ball on its merit, most importantly, and playing good cricket shots. He's the type of player that's not really going to come out and sort of hit the ball over the top or anything like that.
And he hits this one onto the onside, immediately sets off at 1, and they're going to come back for the second. That's brilliant running from the Lions. Pele with a bit of a fumble there, and that meant they could scamper back for the second.
Yeah, again, going back to that point, he's the type of cricketer who's always played good cricket shots and has been really successful at playing good cricket shots. So I don't see him sort of trying to muscle anything here today. All the boundaries that he's hit so far today has been off really, really good looking cricket shots like that before he hit this over so far.
Shorten tries to ramp that one, and the umpire at square leg says, too high for me, sir. So Taylor will have to bowl that one again. It's the second wide in the innings thus far. Trying to really bang that one in, as we've seen time and again on this surface. If you bend your back, you really will get the value. Deep square and deep mid wicket out on the boundary, so you can understand why that short ball is employed. That's intelligent cricket by Josh. He just comes across, he knows there's vacant land out there on the leg side, so he can just tuck it away onto the onside for a single. It's a good start here from Richards, 23 from 24. He's somebody that, if he gets in, Josh Richards can really move things along. And as you said, he's not a senseless cricketer. He's a very calm head, ice in the veins. Tries to beat the man at backward point. He won't get it. Power play, all wrapped up. 6 overs gone. It's 38 for 1. Sum up the power play for us for the DP World Lions, Dom.
Yeah, good sort of start in that first over by Wandile Mokwetu and Josh Richards, sort of putting De Pavlon to the sword in that first over from the golf course. I mean, from the Caller Drive end, and then Okuhle Chele has bowled really, really well. Sort of, hit quite a hard length, and made it really tough for the batters to score. He only went for 9 runs in his 3 overs, and taking the wicket of a Wandile Mokwetu with a really good piece of bowling that he nicked off to Tsapang Dutole.
Change of bowling. Andile Simelane is the 3rd bowler to be used now from the call-it drive end. He was guilty of a big mistake in that game against the Titans. He got the wicket of Moonsamy, and then the umpires said, hold on, we're going to have to call him back as he'd overstepped. So Simelane will want to rectify that. It's always frustrating when bowlers get wickets off of no balls. Hopefully he'll be on the money. First ball today. Too much width there, and that's guided away down to the man in the deep there. So they get the 1 for it.
See, the Dolphins have opted to keep Mid-off and Mid-on up in the ring over here as 2 of their 4 fielders. So they've got a 3rd man, a cover sweep on the boundary, a deep square leg, a fine leg, and a deep mid wicket.
I don't expect all that much full bowling from Andile Simelane. He's going to bowl that length. Try and put pressure as John Smuts gets his first touch of the ball. Get through for the single. The average first innings score here at a day game at Johannesburg, 163. But we've seen that if you get 200 here, Dom, you're flying, and really is difficult to summit that mountain. So that's exactly what the Lions will want. Well, that's one way of going about it. Inside out, all the way at 6. Lovely stroke. And the type of stroke that you'll want on your highlights package.
Great piece of cricket there from Josh. Simelane's missed his length there. With this sort of field, you can't bowl that length. It's way too full. And Josh has climbed into that one and hit it beautifully over middle for 6.
Swashbuckling indeed. And an opportunity for someone in the crowd to catch one-handed for 50,000 Rand, courtesy of the DP World Lions. So that, in addition to maybe getting your school fees paid off, your family will be smiling. Let's cut away on the offside. Richards was on his bike very quickly there, but maybe just circumspect in deciding he wanted a second.
Looks like there was a slight change of pace there from Simelane. Sort of ran his fingers down the side of that one. And like you say, Josh jumped onto that one quickly and unfortunately straight to the fielder, so only 1 run.
So 9 from the over, with 2 to come from Simelane.
We've had another change of field here. 3rd man and finally go up, and now Mid-off and Mid-on are back. Expecting possibly a bit of change of pace here with those 2 fielders coming up.
And he read it so well, did Zubair Hamza. Just the softest of hands, and it gets to the other end. These 2 calm batters. They're not the kind of guys that will often get out to a shot from the rush of blood. And some idols for the youngsters to look up to, enjoying the cricket on a Sunday afternoon. It's good to see some fans coming out here to support the Lions. It was a crackover crowd on Friday at the JB Marks Oval in Potchefstroom, so good to see them supporting the local teams. That's well bowled, very well bowled. Good way to end the 7th over. At the end of 7, it's 48 for 1. I'm going to make way, and Colin Klowa will be joining Dom Hendricks.
Good afternoon, Mr. David Dominic Hendricks.
Good afternoon, Colin. Great to see you again. It's been a while since we've seen each other.
And always a pleasure.
Great to have you on comms with me. It looks like we've got John Smuts into the attack from the golf course end.
Yeah, John Smart, old dog, experience, has been played most of his years at Warriors and moved across to Dolphins, got some huge experience. So maybe he's coming in to just jam them up a bit and with no runs.
He starts off with a slightly short ball, and Zubair Hamza, great bit of footwork there to make room to hit that through extra cover on the ground, and starts off with a boundary. And that stroke brings up the 50 for the Lions after 7.1 overs. Bit of a better length there from John Smuts, a touch fuller. Zubair Hamza trying to get deep into his crease there to try and beat backward point, but unfortunately hit it straight to backward point.
Yeah, great start this by Lions. Looks like they want to carry on from where they left off on Friday.
Again, back of a length, and Zubair Hamza has knocked that too long off the back foot. Colin, your thoughts on sort of this phase of the game? So from the end of the power play, what do you think the Lions are sort of looking to do in this sort of phase of the game?
Yeah, well, surprisingly for me, which is most of what teams do, is after the power play, they always pull out, drop 5 men on the boundary, which you're not necessarily forced to do it, but which means you open up a lot of singles, and you've seen now the Lions have been taking a lot of singles. There's a big shot.
Beautiful shot from Josh Richards. John Smuts has tossed that one up. He's gone a little bit too full, and Josh has hit it over long on for 6. It's almost hit us here in the commentary box, that one. That's how far up it's actually gone.
I think Joe, he was trying to say, Colin, keep quiet. We're not just looking for singles here. We're also looking for 6s. So that's beautiful to see, because my worry is most of the time teams get to become defensive, and this is where you mostly win and lose games, in the middle overs, where you need to be getting runs. And I thought bringing in John was to try and limit the runs, but it looks like so far the over has gone for 11.
Again, gone back to his back of a length ball, a little bit quicker on that occasion, and Josh Richards has just hit the one straight to backward point. 1 ball to go in this over, which has been quite a good over for the Lions so far. Josh has just tucked that into the leg side and ran through for a quick single. After 8 overs, the Lions are 60 for 1. This partnership blooming nicely over here, 49 so far. Josh being the main contributor to this partnership. He's currently 38 not out off 31 balls, and Zubair Hamza 12 off 13.
Yeah. What do you think they'll be looking at, Thomas, in terms of a score, knowing that on Friday they scored 239? Do you think they've got any dreams of looking to score anything close to that, or?
It'll be quite an effort to get to 239 from here. Currently, as it stands, they're going at 7.5 runs and over. So I would think if hopefully one of these two are batting sort of in the 14th or 15th over, they'll be having a good look at possibly getting up to 200. But like I said, as it stands now, these two are going to have to do a bit of batting to get them into a position to have a nice hit at the end. And as I say that, Andile Semelani's dug one in. Josh has gone on the pool and has hit it straight up and has been caught at extra cover.
That's Joshua. That's the man who's now started going. They needed him a bit there to stay on, as you said earlier. If he had stayed on a bit, that score would come close to about 200. It has been proven ever since this CSA T20 competition has started this season. Any team that scores over 200 has won.
Yeah, very, very difficult to chase a 200 in most games of cricket in T20 these days. You're immediately on the back foot as you sort of come into bat in that second innings. Josh departing for 38 of 31 balls there. And into the crease walks the captain, which is Mitchell van Buren, playing in his 55th T20 match. He had a great knock on Friday night. Sort of came in a bit later than what he was used to or accustomed to coming in. But shows that he can also finish off games. So a really, really good player for the Lions. And glad to see he's getting an opportunity with the captain's armband while Bjorn Fortuin is away on national duty. So it's good to see that the Lions are sort of looking into the future at future captains too.
Yeah, no, great young man. Followed his career a bit from school level, played positive cricket, and it's exciting to see, and to see him do it over as well at this stage at professional level. It's all bound down well to his future. So looking forward to him playing. Yeah, and I think Dolphins are also interested in making sure that they keep Lions under 200 because they ended up scoring 159 this past Friday against Tysons, chasing 210. So they wouldn't want, I don't think they're at the stage where they back themselves to be chasing that, having taken into consideration that they've lost their first 2 games and they're sitting at the bottom of the log. So
yeah,
they
most
would
definitely
want to limit them to something under 200 so that they give themselves a chance.
Most definitely, and there's nothing quite like taking wickets to slow down the run rate. Simelane runs in and it's a good length, top of off stump, and Mitchell van Beeren defends it straight towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, and Andy Simelane was one of the 2 bowlers who took wickets in that game against the Titans. So, and as David mentioned earlier on, one of them was off a no ball. So at least now he's already got a wicket under his name. And let's see what Mitch van Beeren's instruction is from the coach, as is the new man coming in. If theirs is to accelerate or just nudge ones, because clearly down leg there's a lot of ones.
Again, Simelane, back of a length, and Mitchell van Beeren punches it straight to extra cover. It's one of the toughest positions to bat in T20 cricket, coming in at number 4. You never quite know on a given day where or what situation you're going to be in. So generally number 4 is possibly one of your most versatile players, being able to adapt to all sorts of conditions, possibly coming in the power play or straight after the power play, or maybe even coming in the last couple of overs of a game. So Mitch under a bit of pressure here coming in, but Simelane's dug this one in short, and they've scampered through for 2 to deep mid wicket. Great piece of running.
Yeah, beautiful running between the wickets. That's great running. You would know the coach very well, Dom. What do you think would have been the instruction to the 2 batsmen from now onwards?
So sort of this phase of the game, from sort of the 7th to about the 12th to even the 14th over, generally the instruction's been to sort of run the fielders on the boundaries like pretty hard, and if you do get a bad ball, make sure you deposit it to the rope, but key being good intensity with your running. Simelane runs in again and bowls this one again, back of a length, tight on off stump. Mitchell van Beeren tried to run that one down to third man, but unfortunately inside edged it onto his pads.
Yeah. And that run rate is still at 7 runs and over. I'm sure the part of the instruction would be to take that up a bit, between maybe anything between 8 and 10 runs and over.
Yeah, so this sort of phase of the game is generally your momentum phase of the game. So you want to try and hopefully have, like I said earlier, have one of your top 5 batting in that 15th over, and hopefully by that point you would have got quite a bit of momentum with you and quite a lot of running. The key being that you want to limit as many dot balls that you face as possible, and sort of scoring off every ball if you can.
Oh, fumble there from the fielder, and what's that, Marcus Ackerman. Finally, he's one of your best fielders in this Dolphins outfit, but they managed to get one from his fumble.
After 9 overs, the Lions are 63 for the loss of 2 wickets, with Mitchell van Beeren at the crease on 3 of 5 balls, and Zubair Hamza still at the crease on 12 of 13 balls. He actually hasn't seen much strike over the past couple of overs. Josh Richards doing the bulk of the damage for the Lions so far with 38.
Looks like there'll be a change of bowling from the golf course end, with Romashan Pillay coming on to bowl from this end. He had bowled from the collar drive end earlier on, and let's see what changes he brings.
So with him bowling from the golf course end, that leaves the leg side with a slightly longer boundary. So Interesting choice of field over here. He's decided to have third man up in the ring. So he's got a third man, a backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. So thinking here is possibly to be bowling slightly back of length, tighter into the body of Mitchell van Buren, and possibly with a couple of slow balls. And he starts off with one straight into Mitchell's pads. Unfortunately for Mitchell, got a bit of an outside edge and managed to hit it straight to backward point.
Yes, and it's with that line that he had bowled, there's obvious ones here on the leg side. So I don't think that's where Pile wants to be bowling, because there's easy runs on the leg side. If it's not one, it could be more.
Again, angled back into Mitchell van Buren, that one on the stumps, and Mitchell tried to scamper through for a quick single there, but didn't realize that the bowler, he hit it straight to the bowler, and no run again.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit tough coming in. Everybody that's come in so far has struggled to start off fluently. As you can see, Mitch is 3 of 7 balls at the moment, so looks like a little bit tricky to come in this middle phase. In Pele runs again, digs this one in, and it's a wide ball down the leg side.
Yeah, immediately the square leg empire, Brad White called it wide. Yeah, you're quite right, Dom. And in fact, that wicket of Joshua Richards, I think the Dolphins got it at the right time, because he was starting to open up his arms a bit and get some runs. So they're doing well so far to keep even that run rate slowly going down a bit now. But let's see what this Rashan Pillay is bowling very well in terms of the line that he's bowling to Joshua. To Mitch Buren. But as you said, Mitch Buren coming in early, difficult stage to bat in. Not really quite sure how to go about it. But with that line, I think he could be taking a risk, especially here down leg. If he doesn't middle it, he could always get ones on twos.
Yeah, slight change in the field here. With him bowling his bouncer in that last ball and bowling it for the over, fine legs come up and long off's gone back. Mitchell van Buren has tucked this one nicely into the leg side. Only managed one, unfortunately. That brings Zubair Hamza back on strike. So Ramashan Pillay has changed the field again, so for Zubair Hamza he's gone with mid-off up and he's pushed his fine leg back. And he's gone for the bluff and he's actually gone full there. Zubair Hamza actually trying to create something by running down the wicket and possibly trying to hit him over middle for extra cover. Unfortunately gave himself a little bit too much room and only managed to tow it straight to extra cover and run through for one.
I don't know, I wonder if Pile managed, or was that the plan that he picked him up early and bowled it slightly wider, or that was his original line. And as you say, Hamza went down and gave himself too much room and ended up missing out on runs. Full toss.
And only one. It's a good piece of fielding over there by Brad Porteous. Brings to a close the 10th over. The Lions currently 67 for the loss of 2 wickets. Mitchell van Buren 5 of 10 and Zubair Hamza 13 of 14. Again, it just looks a little bit trickier in this middle phase coming in. The wicket looks slightly slower than it did the other night, so making stroke play not as fluent as it was on Friday night. Looks like Andile Semelani is getting another over from the caller drive end. So there might have to be a little bit of innovation here from Mitchell to sort of try and put the ball under a little bit of pressure, because unfortunately at the moment just a few too many dot balls in this phase. So pressure mounting on the Lions, yeah, and some really, really good bowling from the Dolphins in the past couple of overs to slow down the Lions' momentum that they created.
Sure. And Smelana bowls it short, and that's actually a beautiful shot from the batsmen, they're looking good. Mitch van Buren, because he bowled it short at some stage, I thought the fielder was going to get to it, but it outran him and he got 4 runs. I think halfway stage here, Toms, there's going to need to be some risk taking, especially with wickets in hand. That at least let's take that score to somewhere close to about 180 or 160, 180.
Yeah,
so the risk is going to need to happen sometime now.
Great start to the over from the Lions there. So pressure back on Andile Simelane as he runs in. Again short and punch to the cover sweeper for 1. So 5 of the first 2 balls in this over. Could this be the over that changes sort of the momentum in this middle phase for the Lions? Sort of gives the Lions the impetus that they sort of need to have some momentum into those last and final overs of the innings.
I wanted to remind you that, Doms, because you nearly said gives us runs.
Yes. I've got to be impartial now, so I've got to say the Lions and not us.
Yeah, but I'm sure you're looking forward to coming back as you're back from the UK to come play under this beautiful sun of Joburg.
Yeah, Simelane digs this in again, and Zubair Hamza looked to try and muscle that. Unfortunately, could only get it as far as deep mid wicket for a single. Really good comeback from Simelane after that first ball that he bowled in this over. Let's see what Mitchell has got in store for us here. I've got no doubt he's going to look to be a bit more proactive after getting 5 of the first 2 balls in this over so far.
It looks like Mitch is the man that has made a decision that I will take the risk, and 6 runs so far from this over. Let's see what happens in the last 3. Oh, inside edge.
Short
there,
wide, and unfortunately Mitchell has managed to bottom edge that straight through to the keeper. Tsipang Tadole taking a comfortable catch, and that sees the end of Mitch van Buren. 10 of 13 balls.
And again for Lions, a wicket falling at the wrong time as they were starting to accelerate a bit, and this creates that run squeeze in terms of Lions not getting the momentum. But I see the man coming in. He's the experienced man for Lions, and Delano Potgieter, is my eyes correct?
That is correct. It is Delano Potgieter that's walked to the wicket. Yeah, very, very strong left-handed batter. Great option with the slightly shorter boundary, so it gives you an option to hit towards the shorter boundary from both sides now. So, yeah, let's see how the left-right combination messes with the Dolphins a little bit here. Yes. But again, a wicket falling at a inconvenient time. Just as they were getting a bit of momentum going, it sort of halted and stunted the momentum again. So let's see how Delano goes about constructing his innings here. 2 balls left in this over from Simelane. Figures are looking really good so far. 2 for 19 in 2.4 so far.
6 runs and a wicket with 2 balls to go. But I'm sure, like I said, Delano Potgieter, I think a good man to come in at this stage. He's got experience, he's got the power, good left-hand bat. Let's see what he does. And like you say, it will put a bit of testing on the 2 batsmen. I mean on the bowlers, taking into consideration that it's a left and right combination. So bowlers will need to adjust every now and then.
Simelane runs up and digs this one in short to Delano Potgieter. Gets him immediately to the back foot, and Potgieter defends away to backward point for no run.
And interesting that even with the new batter type of smell, didn't really change the field. Similar field that he had, even though it was a right-hander, but he still has all the 3 guys down at on the leg side on the boundary, and still opening up that option of an easy single for a new batter down leg.
Simelane runs in, digs it in again, and Delano Potgieter runs this one down to third man on the 1 bounce to John Smuts, to that slightly shorter boundary. So a few of the the Dolphins players thought he was in with a chance for a catch there, but not close enough for John Jones to get down to that one. After 11, the Lions are 74 for 3. Potgieter currently at the crease on 1, and Zubaya Hamza still there on 14. Again, Zubaya's sort of been stuck at the non-strikers in a lot for the past 5 or 6 overs. Seen all the action from the other side, but hasn't really had much of the strike himself. And into the attack comes Prenelin Subrayan. So the captain of the Dolphins, into the attack he comes. An off spinner, vastly experienced, taken 105 wickets in 113 games for the Dolphins so far, and most importantly an economy of 6.5 runs and over. Just reading those stats, it looks like he's a tricky customer to get away. Having faced him myself, I can tell you he's a very difficult bowler to face. His lengths are generally very good. Doesn't really miss too often.
Yeah, with the Dolphins taking down the run rate to about 6.7, if he can give them that 6.5 economy rate of his, he would have done very well.
And first ball he bowls, and Delano Potgieter gets down on one knee and slog sweeps him into the yoga studio. First ball. Really good piece of batting by Delano there. This looks like the impetus that, or the instruction has been given from the coach as to how to go about this one. As you can see there, drifts it slightly in towards the stumps, and Delano deposits that one into the studio.
No, brilliant shot that from Delano Potgieter, and it immediately puts the captain under pressure. He has to now think, as you can see, Makars Ackerman coming in to give some bit of an advice, and I see the old experienced man John on Smarts also coming close to maybe give some advice to the captain.
Looks like they are currently looking for the ball. Looks like it's stuck maybe on the first floor, so trying to see. Looks like the fielders are trying to see if someone can go and grab that for them. If not, we might have to get a new ball from the third umpire.
Looks like the two umpires, Mr. Andre Olivier and Brad White, have given up on that ball. They've immediately gone to the third umpire to grab another ball.
So Delano making his intentions very clear over here. First ball of Prenelin Subrayan's spell, or first ball of his spell today, and he's put him into the stands for 6. So looking to be a bit more positive and hopefully shift some momentum for the Lions to sort of get some sort of momentum going for them over here.
Looking at that replay there, that was actually a very good shot. No risk whatsoever in that shot from Delano Potgieter. I think the ball got what it deserves.
Prenelin Subrayan runs up again and tosses this one up, and oh no, he's dropped it. Delano went for much of the same shot, managed to sky it just towards the practice strip, and the bowlers put it down, unfortunately.
Yeah. From his own bowling, so he's only got himself to blame, and that Delano Potgieter was looking to play the similar shot that he's played previously, and Subrayan won't be very happy with himself there.
Yeah, just looking at his body language, he looks really frustrated and upset with himself. A catch like that should be taken, not too difficult of a chance. In he runs, and Zubaya Hamza goes for the reverse sweep and manages to only get a little bit of glove on that, and they scamper through for single to short 45. 8 of his first 3 so far. Looks like Delano's got one way of playing here, or looks like he's going to play Prenelin Subrayan one way and one way only. Up Subrayan runs and darts this one into the pads. Low full toss, and Delano Potgieter's only managed to get that straight to deep mid wicket for a single.
Subrayan is still not over that. Still looks like he's disappointed with himself, because he knows that Potgieter should have been sitting on outside now already, but he needs to adjust immediately and get over it so that he can start bowling wicket-taking balls. And as I say, Hamza chips it to a guy there, John Smarts. Nice and easy catch. Soft dismissal. That I think that would put Subrayan back on the concentration level, to say happy with himself, because he was not happy 2-3 balls before.
Yeah, as Colin mentioned over there, sort of gave himself a bit of room. Subrayan adjusted beautifully there, dug it in back of a length, and all Zubair Hamza could do was hit it straight to John Smuts at short extra cover. Looks like this is Connor Esterhuizen walking to the crease. The line's currently 83 for 4 after 11.5 overs. Again, not an ideal time to lose a wicket. Just as the Lions start building up a little bit of momentum, we seem to keep losing a wicket. So again, challenging to come in and get going straight away. This wicket looks slightly slower than it did on Friday night. And with the new man to the crease, Subrayan has opted for a slight change in the field. He's taken one of his points out and he's put him into mid-wicket. Thinking there is probably that he doesn't think that Connor Esterhuizen's going to get on the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
But if my memory serves, I think he can play the reverse sweep. So let's see how Connor goes about this one.
I think he's also looking at the fact that maybe it's only the last ball of the over. He doesn't think the batsman can make that brave shot.
Tosses this one up and punch down the ground from Connor Esterhuizen for a single. And brings to an end the 12th over. The Lions are 84 for 4. Potgieter 9 of 5 and Esterhuizen 1 of 1, who's new to the crease.
Look, I think if it stays like this with the Lions, they might just get to about 140. And as you said, Dom, pitch doesn't really look that easy to bet on. So I'm thinking a score of about 160, 170 here could be something of a huge task to chase, you know?
Yeah, got some work to do to get there.
Yeah.
Currently only going at 7 runs and over, so predicted score from here is only about 140.
Sure.
So we'll need a bit of impotence to sort of get up to there. As I say that, John Smuts has taken the ball, and he'll be bowling from the call-it drive in to Connor Esterhuizen. So far he's bowled 1 over for 12 runs. He runs in and fires one in back of a length. It's only managed to punch it to long on for a single. Thought he bowled a little bit too slow in his first spell, and hence Josh tucking him into him a little bit. This spell so far, first ball a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter, trying to bowl the ball into the wicket a little bit more.
You definitely want to do better than his first over. He doesn't want it to go for 12 runs.
Again, the same thing to Delano Potgieter. Runs up and bowls a little bit flatter and a little bit shorter, back of a length, and Delano punches it off the back foot for 1 down to long on. Looks like the plan here is not to give it too much air. I think he'll be happy with 6 singles in this over.
Yeah, I think at this stage he'll be happy with just ones in every ball.
Again, quicker, but it's a little bit fuller this time. Connor Esterhuizen only managing to hit that straight to extra cover, where Marcus Ackerman does the fielding, so no run over there. Again, slightly fuller, slightly flatter, slightly quicker. Connor flicks that down to long on for a single. So for 3 of this over, and a really good over, so I'm sure John will look to try and get out of this over. 2 singles and he'll be smiling with this over.
Yeah, dot ball there.
Yeah, Delano tried to be a little bit proactive there, charged at him. Looks like John saw him coming and bowled a little bit short and only managed to hit it to mid-wicket for no run. And a really, really good over there.
Yeah, 3 runs from the over.
In the 13th over, only managing to go for 3. Again, looks a little bit tricky coming in facing spin. But John is very, very experienced, so put that first spell behind him and bowled a brilliant over there.
87 for 4 and 13. I'm sure the Dolphins will be slightly the happier of the two teams, and I'm sure Lions will be rethinking in terms of what to do to get it at least a score to about 140 odd.
And on the sweep, Connor Esterhuizen goes. Beautiful bit of cricket over there. With only 1 point in, it's a really, really good option and a very low risk boundary option.
Sure.
And he's executed that beautifully and has hit it for 4.
No, perfect shot, and especially at the first ball of the over.
Put Sobryan immediately under pressure going into this over. Will there be a change in the field? It looks like no, they're keeping the field the same. Up Sobryan runs. But straight on this occasion, and a little bit flatter, and Connor Esterhuizen's punched that up the ground too long on for a single. Really, really good start to the over for the Lions over here. 5 of 2 so far. And I've got a funny feeling Delano is going to want to have a dip at Sobryan again here. Up he runs and he pulls out. So
yeah, that left and right combination, that's what it does there, because it puts them under pressure. Now Sobryan needed to change his angle.
Full and flat again. A little bit too full, and Delano unfortunately couldn't get under that one, so managed to knock that one up too long off for a single.
6 runs so far in this over, with 3 balls to go. This left and right combination, hopefully it works for Lions so that it changes the angle from the bowler and the line as well. So once it unsettles him, the batsman can.
A bit of a change of angle from Sobryan over here. He's come around the wicket and he's changed his field slightly there. He opted for no mid-wicket on that occasion. Bowled it a little bit slow outside off stump, and Connor Esterhuizen just punched that into the deep towards deep mid-wicket for a single.
And interestingly, staying around for both batsmen, the left and right combination.
Yeah, bowled a short wide one there, and unfortunately Delano could only hit that straight to extra cover for no run. Big ball here. And he's bowled it slightly quicker, slightly back of a length. Delano's gone on the back foot and punched it into the gap into the covers for 1, where Marcus Ackerman does the tidying up. At the end of 14 overs, the Lions are 95 for 4.
8 runs from that over, not bad. Taking into consideration the previous over had gone for 3 runs.
3, yeah.
So amazing what a boundary does in an over. At least it takes away the pressure from the batters. But if they can only accelerate onwards here, but looking at Delano Potgieter, he looks like the man who's keen to do that.
Again, John smarts with the ball. Oh, and Delano's gone on the reverse sweep there. Only managed to hit it straight to Okuhle for no run. John signaled to deep point to just go a little bit further behind.
Is that 4 guys outside the ring? Huh?
No. And Delano's just run at the wicket, run down the wicket to try and get under it. A little bit too full, and he's punched it up the ground to Kaya Zondo for a single at long off.
John is coming, comeback has been good from the first over that he bowled that went for 12 runs.
He runs in again, and Fuller and into the pads, and Connor Esterhuizen punches him up the ground for another single. So far 2 runs off this over, and we've reached the halfway point in this over. Looks like Delano's itching to get to get into John here, but John John's been slightly one step ahead of him here. Bowls that slightly quicker and slightly flatter. Just outside off stump, and Delano rocks back and cuts that for 1 to the cover sweeper. So far, really good piece of bowling from John Smuts again.
Yeah, brilliant bowling.
He's
3
been
overs so far, from 3 runs from this over.
The spell's been really good so far. Looks like there was a little bit of turn and bounce over there. Connor trying to tuck that into the leg side. Only managing a leading edge straight to backward point for no run. It's a big ball for the Dolphins over here. He's bowled it again slightly quicker, slightly flatter, and Connor's only managed to punch it up the ground to long off for a single. And that brings a close to the 15th over. The Lions are on 99 for 4. I am going to love and leave you right now, Colin, and I will catch up with you a little bit later again.
Fantastic, Don. Thank you very much. And joining us will be Mr. David Migley. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, when you're listening at home, that our Proteas men will take on the current ICC Men's T20 World Cup champions in India in November for a thrilling 4 T20 international matches. Visit the www.cricket.co.za for your tickets. Wozanawe and be part of it.
Dolphins, good to be back with you, Colin, by the way. Dolphins
welcome, Mr. David Migley.
Dolphins pulling things back here.
Yeah. At one stage, when that wicket of Joshua Ricketts came at the right time for Dolphins, because after that it's slowed down that run rate. At one stage it was about 7.5. If you can look at it now, we're sitting on about 6.6 runs and over, and they needed John John's first over went for 12 runs, the second over went for 3 runs, this one went for 4 runs, so they've pulled it quite nicely, and looks like they'll struggle to even get to 140 at this stage, unless of course Mr. Delano Potgieter, who looks itchy, if he does something there, he might get them close to 140 odd or so.
Families enjoying the glorious sunshine here. 2 mascots out on the embankment. Kids getting their selfies there with Leo the Lion. It's a glorious outing here. Good family day here at the DP World Wanderers. Enjoying the cricket as well. Delano Potgieter just getting an assessment from the physio, just to see if his shoulder, maybe it's giving him a bit of trouble. We spoke earlier in the broadcast, Colin, about the importance of senior players coming to the fore, and John Smuts, as you mentioned, has done exactly that, and that's all that the coaches and the skipper would have been asking for.
Yeah, no, 100%. You need the experienced players to pull through. And with John Smuts, with all the years and years of playing, obviously played a lot at Warriors, but he's been now, I think this is his 3rd season with the Dolphins. So the experience, you move with it. It doesn't mean you leave it at Warriors. You move with it. So he will apply himself, and he's done very well in the 3 overs that he's bowled so far.
Brings up the DP World Lions 100 in the 16th over, coming off of 94 deliveries, 7 4s and 4 6s. A bit of a contrast from Friday night's game, but it shows how this tournament can ebb and flow so quickly one direction or another. Lots of vacant room on the leg side.
That's the second time that Subrian pulls out from his over. I don't know whether that angle again of bowling to the left and right is the one that is unsettling him. I think the Lions will be looking for more than just ones at this stage with 4.4 runs, 4.4 overs left. They would need more than just singles, so that they get that score higher up to close to about 140, as I said earlier on. Singles at this stage are not enough, especially with a few wickets in hand.
I suppose maybe the Lions are a little bit hesitant in really putting their foot down. Only really Evan Jones helpful with the bat, not to speak ill of Cody Youssef and the remaining batters, but I wonder if they're just being a little bit more circumspect with just Evan Jones to come. And I thought earlier when that massive 6 was hit at the start of the over that, okay, now it's the chance for this team to really put their foot down, and the skill of the spin twins from the Hollywoodbets Dolphins making all the difference, strangling.
One thing I must say, David, is that having seen the Lions play on this field, it doesn't look like it's an easy pitch to play on and an easy pitch to score on. So that might be the score that we're looking at the board might look like it's a low score, but it might be a huge score for Dolphins to chase.
We'll only know once the Dolphins have had their opportunity to go out. Their average score is 161 in the first innings here in a day game. So that 140-150, as you mentioned, would be pretty close to par.
Delano is middling it beautifully. Even that one that he hit all the way down to the sweeper for 1 came out beautifully from the bat. But you're quite right, David. At the end of this over at 105 for 4, after 16 overs, you're quite right in terms of we'll only be seeing once the Dolphins have also batted. But looking at their last game, where they were 159 for 9, a team like that you would know in cricket once you get the wickets early with them, then their confidence will go. Taking into consideration again, their first 2 games they've lost, they're sitting at the bottom of the lot. Any element of doubt in their batting will put them in a spot of bother.
Beware a wounded animal, beware a wounded animal. Bottom of the log, you can only go up. So the return of Darren de Pavillon on the call it drive end. He went for 16 in his first 2, but it was 11 or 12 rather in his second over that really forced the captain's hand to change. But now he's back.
That's a boundary. 4.
They swatted at that one, did Delano Potgieter. Outside edge, the third man was in the ring, John Smart, and all he could do is turn around and jog and fetch. It's not a great start by de Pavillon.
But I think Delano Potgieter would appreciate the ball coming onto him now a bit more. So, and especially as a man who plays pace very well, so he'll appreciate a seam bowler coming back. And immediately from that shot, you could see that he didn't let loose.
Everybody out on the leg side, and you will presume that there's not going to be much straight bowling going across the left-hander.
Oh, Tshepang Ditole didn't get to that one, but to be fair to him, it was a bit far away from him. But that shot from Delano Potgieter, the second one, he played a similar shot to the captain, Subrian, and he was dropped. Fortunately, this time, I must say that it was slightly a half chance, but it was far away from Tshepang Ditole, the keeper of Dolphins.
A young man that originates here in Gauteng, Tshepang Ditole.
A man from Kagiso.
Out on the West Rand. Another youngster that's coming through the pipeline, Richard Seletswane, also from that side of the world. Incredible young batter. He played in that under-19 side in the World Cup last year it was. Now they're just having a decision about who needs to go out and who needs to come back in. There's almost like traffic pointsmen deciding.
Dropping Kele, bringing him up and bringing him back down again at deep mid-wicket or deep square leg.
Oh no, that is a sin by Bryce Parsons. Just watch that ball just land. Maybe just mentioning that the sun was in his eyes, but
yes,
he really looked uncomfortable with that one.
Yeah, it's signaling that he didn't pick it up. At one stage, I thought he was going for it and it was going to be an easy catch.
Let's have a look at this replay here. He's there. He's there, Colin. He really should have just pouched it.
He was there. So really, it must be that sun and that background of the Centurion Pavilion.
Another chance to take a catch here. Will he complete it? It's a lovely catch.
Brilliant catch by Tele. Confident catch.
Yeah, especially after Sir Brian dropped that catch, making the most of it. That's the end of Connor Esterhuizen. He's gone for 18, and the Lions 1-1, 4 for 5.
I wouldn't blame the batter there, because looking at the runs and looking at the stage they're at, those are the kinds of shots that they need to go for.
Looked a little bit rushed in that stroke there, trying to force it onto the leg side, knowing that it's the shorter of the two boundaries, and Nkuhle Cele, not bothered by the sun that time, sets himself in a comfortable catch. Good catching technique as well, catching the ball above his eye line. And now the man who dispatched the Momentum Multiply Titans to all parts the other night. He got 83 in that game against the Titans, coming off with just 48 deliveries, so he can really destroy a bowling lineup. But he's got a bit of a task here, Colin. He doesn't have much time to get going. He's really got to get going almost from ball one.
With 3.2 overs left, he's going to need to go from ball one, as you say. There's no time to settle in. It's just hit the ground running and at least get us somewhere very close. I'm sure that's what the coach would have said, to anything about 130 or so. So he's going to need to hit the ground running now.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when teams keep mid-on and mid-off in the ring with Evan Jones. He loves hitting the ball dead straight.
And a chance back to Cele again, who nearly had a chance there, but it went all the way for 6. I think when he got his hand, he was already over the boundary, but I'm sure we'll double check that with the replay. But definitely a 6 and a brilliant shot from your man, as you said. He had to do it from ball one.
He's done exactly that. De Pavillon with a short ball swats this away. And as you can see, Cele having to run across there, aware of where the boundary was, just not quick enough to get himself settled that time.
Covered well there to Pavilion. I don't know if he picked him up early, that Jones is moving and giving himself room that he can then bowl it slightly wider. But sometimes I always say to myself, if batsmen can just stand where they normally should stand, he would have had a chance there to head it to that gap in the covers for a couple of runs. But then again, it is the modern play, it's how guys play nowadays.
And it's also the modern bats, Colin, because, you know, in times gone by, you would have just put your bat out there and it would have trickled away square of the wicket. But with bats these days, almost looking like they carry small trees with them, making all the difference, and they feel confident that the ball's going to fly here at the Wanderers. Change of bowling, Okuhle Cele will come from the golf course end. He's been the pick of the bowlers here, 1 for 9 in his 3, and so his final over here. Wonder why they've not kept him for the 19th over. Maybe feeling like if they get a breakthrough here with Cele, they could really wrap things up.
Got a wicket of his first ball. Oh, that's brilliant fielding by Ackerman in the deep, but I think it pitched just short of him. But what a brilliant fielding by Ackerman. And I was saying to Doms earlier on, when he misfielded Ackerman, to say he's probably one of their best fielders in that outfit, and I'm not surprised with those kind of fielding from him.
You mentioned Cele getting a wicket off the first ball, and he's done that nearly in this spell.
Second time around.
Goodness, he's just magic there. And, now Cele having the opportunity to bowl to the new man. Jones just scoping out where he's going to hit it over the fence, presumably. Clearly wanting to pour water on that fire.
They should get 2 runs there. Easy 2 for the batter, Jones. But I must say, well bowled from Cele, cramped him up a bit. But Jones did very well to dig that out to get 2 runs. Because I'm sure Cele could see that he was looking around Jones to see where he could hit it on this leg side, which has got no fielder on the ring, everybody are outside the ring on the boundary. If you nudge it just on the leg side, you get easy ones. Jones was looking for the second one there after pulling it down to that vacant area of just in front of third man, and third man managed to run across it and get a one. So in fact, sorry, not third man, but fine leg. 124 for 5. That score is getting at least closer to that 130 odd, 140 odd. Another chance by the fielder there, with Potgieter hitting it down to third man, and brilliant chance by Smelane, brilliant attempt by Smelane, but also just like Ackerman, the previous one, just pitched or bounced a bit short of him, but brilliant fielding.
Yeah, I wonder if with the previous delivery bouncing comfortably into his hands, I wonder if he felt like maybe I should have gone for that one, and the next one he does and so nearly takes the wicket.
Picking the same man against Melane for 1 run by Jones this time, but Jones was slightly a safer shot. It got to Melane there on the boundary after a couple of bounces. David, what do you think now, looking at this? 17.5 overs gone. Rough projection of the score? Jones was looking for 2 runs for the second run there, but Potgieter hit it beautifully down to the man on the sweeper on the boundary, but he couldn't get the second run that Jones was looking for. It was going to be a risky one, because they picked again Ackerman, who's actually a very good fielder with a good arm from the boundary.
Yeah, to answer your question, Colin, it's a tough one because the Dolphins have used Uguhle now. They've just got Simelane left to bowl this over, and you're going to have to ask the question, if the Lions get a boundary off the first ball of this over, the argument could be made for 145. If they don't, I suspect 135 could be where they end up here. I just feel that these two, if they do get that breaking of the shackles, they could really feel like they can pile on some runs in the final 2 overs here.
Yeah. Andy Lesmerane bowling from the collar drive and Potgieter hits it straight to long on for 1. 128 for 5 after 18.1. Yeah, I quite agree with you, David. We should see how they go about it, but they will need to pick up boundaries early on in an over to pick up that confidence and get them closer to that good score. But I honestly believe that anything here on 140 odd could be a possible winning score. Looking how all the batsmen that came in, they've struggled to get on immediately with it. So it doesn't really look like an easy pitch to score runs on. And as I say that, Jones picks it up beautifully for 6. What a beautiful shot off the front foot
Yeah, it just comes across the stumps there, over pitched, and Jones knew exactly where he was going to put it. Poor Kai Zondo could just turn and watch as it landed. They've already lost 1 ball today, and some of the fans having to do the retrieval work here. What a stroke. I was 1 ball out. I said if they hit it off the first ball, maybe just needed to get Jones on strike.
And that's the boundary you needed earlier on in the over. It sort of shifts the momentum to the batting side now. Let's see what Smelane's reply is. And Jones, with the huge arms there, picking it up from outside, way outside off stump, to bring it back and hit it straight down to that long on again for one.
Intelligent cricket there by Simelane. He knew what Jones wanted to do and made sure that he bowled to foil his plans. So halfway through this, the 19th over, it's wonderful to see the game of proverbial chess that's going on, and it's a speed chess game. Well, you're not helping yourself there if you're going to bowl those deliveries.
No. Immediately the umpire, Andre Olivier, called it a wide, and that was, there was no way, even if Potgieter there was a couple of inches taller, he would not have even reached that one. Poor ball from Simelane there. So far he's over with that wide. He's gone now for 8 runs in this over.
He bowled so well in the first 3, picking up 2 wickets as well.
I must say, got away with it. Ball down leg. Potgieter was concentrating on hitting it outside the stadium so much that he ended up missing it and it hit his pads.
Yeah, you can see the frustration in Potgieter's body language there. He just swatted at his own pads. He knows that he's missed out on an opportunity there, especially with the wide coming off the previous delivery, that being a bit of a bonus ball. So 2 balls remaining here for Simelane. What does he have in his bag of tricks?
I think Kaya Zondo doubted to go for that ball like his previous colleagues who did. And Potgieter hit it so hard that it reached Zondo very quickly that he could only manage to run 1. If he had just not hit that one hard, that could have been an option for 2, but it was well struck, and Zondo didn't give himself a chance to go in to go catch that.
So there's 2 men out on the leg side, deep wicket and long on, and 3 on the offside.
Beautiful shot by Jones, all the way down for 6. Fantastic shot to finish this over.
Yeah, I told you that he's a man who loves to hit the ball straight, and he's done exactly that. Dead straight, and it's gone all the way. So a final over here, 143 for 5. The Lions want to put maybe 10, 12 on the board here. Just have a look at that shot. It was lovely to watch.
A beautiful straight shot when you look at that replay, and to take them to 143 for 5. As I said, with those early boundaries in the over, gives the momentum, or shifts the momentum to the batters. So the Pavilion coming on now from the golf course end, a bit under pressure, and his first 3 overs went for 31 for just 1 wicket. So he would want to finish this over very well and limit the team, or limit the Lions to a lesser score. Andy bowls a dot ball off the first ball, with Potgieter looking to hit a similar shot from Jones, but missed it, went under the bat and went straight to the keeper, the taller, and that would again shift the momentum towards the bowler now, who's bowled a beautiful dot ball, and it will now say to Potgieter, well, what do you want to do with the next ball?
Brilliant execution there from the seasoned campaigner. He knows exactly where he needs to hit it. Parsons coming a little bit straighter here at long on.
Beautiful shot by Potgieter, 1 bounce 4, straight to that man at the boundary there, which is Ackerman again, but he hit it nicely towards his right and he couldn't get to it. Beautiful score, and it takes that score to 147 for 5.
We just complimented Darren Pavlon with his lines and lengths, and then he gives a little bit of a freebie there and allows Potgieter to free his arms.
Oh, very, very that I would love to see the replay, but I thought that was clever bowling from the pavilion, but the replay will prove to us if that was a wide. From just my eyes, that didn't look wide, but yeah, definite wide. Good call by the umpire.
So we thought the sly fox that is De Pavillon had gotten it right, and the umpire said, it has to be fair. So that's a bit of a bonus now, because De Pavillon will want to build on the pressure.
And that now for me looked like a wide, David.
The naked eye fools us. The naked eye fools us. I wonder if it's because Potgieter has gone across his stumps there. We'll just have a look at this replay now. He's clearly targeting that shorter boundary on the leg side. Yeah, he just comes across there, and the umpire says, yeah, not today, sir. So, fortune favouring De Pavillon, and now the onus is on Potgieter. 3 balls left.
And he bowls a full toss just outside off stump, and Delino very upset with himself that he couldn't do more with that full toss, and they just get 1 run.
The Ronald Potgieter batting at 240 in the last game, 36 from 15, 5 fours and a 6, so he's in decent nick and would have wanted to contribute a little bit more. But it now will fall on the shoulders of Evan Jones. Change in the field. Bryce Parsons comes from long off into the ring. And they've pushed that cover sweeper a lot squarer. Fine leg is out. Deep mid wicket and a very wide long on. Straight into the pads. Maybe that's where he's aiming.
That should be wide down leg, yes, and it is called by Mr. Andre Olivier. This over has been quite an over, full of things. Wides and now the Pavilion trying to finish the over, but I guess trying too much, and that left and right combination also now kicking in because he needed to adjust his line immediately there.
Well, it's what you'd call a licorice all sorts over. Just need a 6 and a wicket to finish here, and then we've got the full quota.
Did that clip the pad, or is it wide?
I think he's nicked it. Having a stern look at the umpire is Evan Jones. And, well, De Pavillon's got away with
dot ball for him.
With away 1 there.
1 ball left, at least that takes the Lions on 150 for 5. So I think with just this 1 over left, Jones, I'm sure, with those long arms would look to just hit it over and try and get a boundary of this last over.
Yeah, the Memorial Pavilion is looking for their chance to catch 50,000 rand.
And as you said, David, he's definitely had you. I don't know if you've got some connection with him, and he definitely delivered on your requests, and he's hit the 6. The unfortunate part is no score or no commentator or spectator could catch that, but beautiful 6 to finish off the 20 overs for Lions, and that puts them on 156 for 5 after 20 overs with that beautiful shots from Jones.
Just bashed it away towards the tunnel there, and as you mentioned, there was nobody there. It was in vacant land out there in the deep. After winning the toss and deciding they'll have a bat, the DP World Lions got underway with Wandile Makwetu and Josh Richards. They got off to a good start before Makwetu was dismissed. Court Ditole bowled Cele off his first ball from Cele. And then it was a bit of time as they got together to build a partnership before Richards was dismissed with the score on 60. Van Buren and Hamza falling within quick succession of one another. Only 23 runs was put on the board with those wickets falling. And then Connor Esterhazen, the last man to depart, with the score on 114. So the Lions, after quite a bright start, felt like maybe they could have put another 20 or so runs on the board. The bowlers, Colin, pick of the bowlers, Andile Simalane and Oguhle Cele,
No, yeah, definitely. In fact, I was just looking at the scorecard of Lions. You mentioned earlier with Jones that what he had done in the previous match. I mean, to get 29 or 10 balls, I wonder why they keep him so late when they could have sent him maybe slightly earlier and he could have maybe scored even more runs, you know. But yeah, no, definitely here in terms of bowling, the pick of the bowlers, the Smelane with the 2 wickets, and the Tele and the Pavilion and Suryani just chipping in with 1 wicket each.
So, at the end of 20 overs, the DP World Lions 156 for 5. We'll be back with you after the innings break as we bring you this game of the T20 Challenge between the DP World Lions and the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again on this game between DP World Lions versus Hollywoodbets, and about to see the chase by Hollywoodbets, chasing 157 to win, and the Lions looking to defend it. Remember, Dominic, welcome back as well to you. Remember, during on Friday, Dolphins were chasing the 210, but only managed to score 159 for 9. So I wonder, do you think this 150 is enough, or 157 is enough for Lions to defend?
Yeah, I think it is enough for them to defend. It looked quite tricky to sort of come in, especially in those middle overs against the spinners. It sort of looked very difficult to come in and sort of get some momentum going and just find some rhythm with the batting. So if the Lions are up for it, I'm pretty sure and pretty confident they should be able to defend this.
Coming on to bet, opening the betting for Dolphins, Hollywoodbets Dolphins is Kaya Zondo, and I think that's Bryce Parsons to open the bet, and to open the bowling from the collar drive end is the young man, the man who's made his name at the Under-19 World Cup, Kwena Mapaka. Let's see what the approach is going to be from Dolphins when they chase or try to chase the score of 157.
I think it'll be very interesting to see if Kwena can swing this ball. Obviously under the lights he got it to swing nicely on Friday night, but not the same conditions here today.
And Mr. Brett White shouts play, and Mapaka running in. And Mapaka opens with a slightly short one, and Parsons hits him nice and looked very easy towards fine leg and for 4 runs, and he opens with a 4.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a drag down. It looked like Bryce Parsons had a world of time there,
yes.
All the time in the world actually, to sort of play that. Interestingly enough, the Lions have opted for a slip here with a third man on the ring, with a third man on the boundary and a deep square leg.
Oof, that was a very good ball from Mapaka, especially after the first one, which looked like a loosener, going slightly down leg, making the job easy for Parsons, but that one beat him outside off stump, slightly short, but going through nicely.
Yeah, very importantly there, he's hit the deck a little bit hard and a little bit quicker. So, like you say, it looked like that first ball definitely looked like a very simple loosener that he had, if I could say that. And it looks like he's up and running now.
Oh, beautiful bowling from Kwena Mapaka, beating the off stump. There we've seen 3 different balls from Mapaka, and that was a great ball to dismiss Parsons with just that 4 runs that he hit off the first ball. This young man amazes me, Dominic. Every time I watch him, I get excited. He oozes talent and oozes confidence, and the more he picks up wickets, he becomes even a better bowler, because obviously bowlers, the more they get wickets, the more confident they get.
Yeah, and just looking at that replay again there, sort of pitched it on a good length, on off stump, looked like it's sort of just swung or maybe nipped away slightly. But again, like the previous ball, there was good heat behind that, so really good bit of fast bowling from young Kwena Mapaka. And into the wicket walks another left-hander, Marcus Ackerman. He walks in his 58th game, and the Dolphins are 4 for 1 halfway through this first over.
Yeah, Marcus Ackerman, a local boy, grew up in the area, went to St. Stephen's just down here, and knows the local area because he was born and bred here and groomed here, but obviously made the move to Dolphins a few years ago, and has played most of his cricket now, especially at professional level, for the Dolphins. And quite a good batsman. Let's see what Kwena Mapaka has got in hand for him, or has got in stock for him.
Interestingly enough, there after that last ball, they've introduced another slip. The Lions have, so they've got 2 slips. Taken the other guy out from mid wicket and got him into the slips. Let's see if he can produce another wicket.
He bowls it down leg, and Ackerman clipped it just down leg towards that mid-wicket area. In fact, he was looking for the second run there, and Zondo stopped him. Zondo was nowhere going to be running back for the second run. And one thing they must know, I'm sure he knows him because he's his teammate, Marcus Ackerman is very quick between the wickets. He'll always be looking for that second run.
Yeah, and he's a very, very busy player. Doesn't really let bowlers settle or bolt him too much. He's always doing something, whether it be coming down the wicket or even just using his crease or giving himself a bit of room. So always looking to be proactive and sort of try to keep the bowlers guessing as to what he's going to do.
Let's see how Ackerman, Kwena Mapaka is going to adjust to this, because now he must bowl to a right-hand batsman. Oh, beautiful bowling from Kwena Mapaka. He adjusted immediately. A bit of an appeal there, but I think that was very, very high. But a great adjustment from bowling to the previous left-hander to now bowling to the right-hander.
Just looks like he got Kaya Zondo caught on the crease a bit there and beat him a bit for pace off the deck there.
There are 5 runs so far from this over, and Kwena coming in now with the last ball of the over. And he bowls it just down leg to Zondo, who clips it, watching it Empire. Yeah, he clips it with his bat, and that's 1 run. And the over, 6 runs in this over, in the first over. Brilliant bowling, I must say, from Kwena Mapaka, and that over was full of things, especially the first 3 balls.
Yeah, we saw a huge contrast to the first 3 to the last 3 balls. As Colin alluded to and he mentioned earlier, sort of a bit of a loosener and a drag down the leg side, and then it's been sort of on the money straight away after that.
Yeah. And that ball that you spoke about, Doms, it looks like it did really hit, surprise Kaya Zondo, and it looks like it maybe might have hit him in his hand, because they had to now call the physio to come maybe look at that hand.
Into the attack from the golf course end is Tsepo Moreki. I've just heard on the intercom that he's playing in his 50th T20 game. So a great achievement for him to have made his 50th, or be playing in his 50th game. It looks like Kaya Zondo's just getting a bit of attention and a bit of treatment there for his. Looks like is that his left hand or his right hand? So it looks like the ball must have wrapped him on the glove in that last ball of the over, the one that he tucked to the leg side. So Fizz just right on giving him some of that ice spray and send him on his way.
Yeah, so it looks like a right hand, Dominic, and he might not be that comfortable. But yeah, let's see what Moreki is going to be doing from the golf course end, and let's see how serious that niggle or that hit on the hand with Kaya Zondo is going to be, because that's his top hand, and let's see if it's, in fact, it's his bottom hand, if it will affect his play. Oh! First ball by Moreki, and got the edge for Kaya Zondo, and if they had those 2 slips like they had the previous over, that was an easy catch to the second slip fielder.
The second slip would have had a really good chance over there. He's found his length immediately on that one. So a little bit of shape in, and let's just have a look on the replay over here. Yeah, angled in a little bit, sort of just straightened off the seam. Just for a single down, a comfortable single down to third man.
That would have been a very comfortable catch for a second slip fielder. Don't know what adjustments Mitch is looking to do, but it looks like for the left-hander will keep with one slip. That fielder there at Gali, or what field is that, Tom?
That's a short 45 there, basically.
And it it goes past his left hand side, he clips it past his left hand side to go for 4 runs there.
Interestingly enough, over here for the left-hander, Moreki has opted for a deep backward point with that third man being up and a deep square leg, as opposed to a traditional third man for the left-hander, like he did for the right-hander.
Yeah, that field, I'm not sure about it, whether is it catching position or just saving one. And looking at that previous shot, I mean, if he was at normal third man, he would have saved that. He would have saved 3 runs. And a beautiful shot by Marcus Ackerman through that mid-wickish area to get 4 runs off Moreki.
Again, on that occasion, being slightly proactive, so batting a bit out of his crease, taking a step down the wicket and flicking that through mid-wicket for 4. Good piece of batting, that by Marcus Ackerman.
Yeah, you mentioned that he's a busy player. Never just sits and waits for things to come. He makes things happen. If he's not hitting runs, he's running hard between the wickets. Let's see what the response will be from Moreki in his 4th ball after 2 fours in a row. Beautiful bowling and beautiful fielding of his own bowling to respond by a dot ball after going for 8 runs in the first 2. So far this over 9 runs from it. Moreki, I'm sure, would not be really happy with it, but if you're going to defend the scores of 157, you need to limit them to not too much boundaries in an over. Oh, was that a chance? Not really.
No, just short of Mitchell van Buren at mid-on over there. Looks like Marcus Ackerman sort of picked that one up quite early and went in the pull there, but not short enough to be pulling, and has only managed to hit that on the 1 bounce to mid-on for no run. Again, looking for anything that's slightly half loose, and it's going to look to put the bowlers under pressure here.
He played similarly when they were playing against Titans on Friday, scoring 42 of 32 balls. And after he went out, you could see that the Dolphins were never really looking like to chase the 210. He played with intent, and just like there, ooh, what a chance.
Missed opportunity there from Mitchell van Buren. He's picked it up cleanly. Marcus has scampered through for the single, and unfortunately, with all 3 to aim at, Mitchell's just missed the stumps over there. Oh, looked very, very close, that one.
Direct hit there would have gotten Ackerman looking. That hand again, Dom, it looked like it's worrying Zondo. They've come out again to have a look at it, and that might affect his play.
It looks like the physio is giving him some sort of strapping of some sorts, just to ease the pain, I would think, or maybe just make it a little bit more comfortable to cushion a bit more of the blow.
Dom, I think you as a batter would testify to this. If you've got some issues with your hand, you're not really comfortable in batting, because your hands are really what you're depending on to bat. So if that hand of Zondo is not looking anywhere or that pain is not looking anywhere to go away, it will affect how he plays. And most of the time, batsman in that case, if he doesn't work out, you might find he plays a shot and he gets a foolish shot because he's not feeling great.
It looks like it's all been resolved now. Physio is making his way off the field, and the bowler the umpire has thrown the ball back to young Kwena Mapaka to bowl his second over as he shapes up to Marcus Ackerman over here. That second slip has been taken out and is now at extra cover.
Yeah, with still 2 men outside the ring. Oh, and Ackerman, that was, I think, also rushed him there from Mapaka. and he tried to pull that one, but only could manage to get one after he clipped it just up and soft if they were didn't reach the fielder. Looking at the replay,
Yeah, he's dug that in nice and short.
Definitely rushed.
Ackerman definitely rushed over there. Very, very uncomfortable length. And he tried to get inside there, and it looked like he tried to hit that up for 6, but only managing to hit it sort of just to short square leg and to scamper through for a single.
Very fortunate actually to not be a catch that it didn't reach the fielder.
Ooh, great piece of bowling again by Mapaka. Went for the full one. Sort of beaten Kaya Zondo for pace there. He has a big swing at that, and fortunately for Kaya Zondo, just missing the off stump and going straight through to the keeper. Good piece of thinking there by Mapaka. Obviously Kaya saw the short ball in the last ball that was bowled to Marcus Ackerman, and decided to try and go for the base of the stumps there.
No, Zondo they missed it, missed a very, very straight ball and was beaten for pace, definitely. Oh, and Mapaka follows with a wide one down leg. Bit naughty from the young man, especially after bowling superbly the first 2 balls. That now he gives it away. And those kind of bad balls, they sort of shift slightly, not much, just that momentum, because now he's worried about not bowling wide and not concentrating too much on bowling his good balls that he's been bowling. Let's see what his recovery would be in this ball. And Zondo has a swash at it again, misses it, it goes down straight to the keeper, Makwetu. And that's, I think, the line that Mapaka should be bowling. And Zondo is really, really not looking comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like that hand's troubling him a little bit. I see him shaking it every now and then. Yeah, it looks to be a little bit rattled after that blow to the hand in that first over. So let's see what his response is here.
Slightly wide from Mapaka and nearly a run-out chance there. We'll see from the replay if he had hit a direct hit, if he was out. But yeah, that short ball went wide, and Zondo just threw a bat and managed to clip 1 run off it.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, possibly looked like a little slight change of pace there, taking the pace off it a little bit. So it's stopped in the wicket a little bit more. Kaya Zondo struggling to generate any power after it bounced over there, or after the ball pitched rather.
Mapaka bowling it straight to Ackerman, who clips it for 4 in that vacant mid-wicket area. Beautiful shot by Ackerman.
Yeah, great piece of batting that. Straight onto the pads, a little bit over pitched. Great balance from Marcus Ackerman, and he's timed that nicely through mid-wicket for 4.
Compared to, if you look at Zondo and you look at Ackerman, completely 2 different batters who look like they're playing in a 2 different match. The other one looked very comfortable, and Zondo struggling a little bit. Mapaka will be coming with his last ball. Let's see what his response would be after that 4. And he goes a straight one just outside off stump and manages to get a dot ball. Ackerman was looking to hit it in that cover region, but ended up with a dot ball. 23 for 1 after 3 overs. 7.7 runs and over. I know that they need slightly more than that, but still on track, especially with the fact that they've still got wickets in hand.
Yeah, still on track. It's been a decent power play for the Dolphins so far. 23 for 1 after 3, as Colin mentioned. Still needing 134 for 102 balls. Tsepo Moreki has got ball in hand for his second over from the golf course end. And they've done away with slip to Kaya Zondo. He's taken his slip and he's put him in at extra cover, just to reinforce the cover regions.
Yeah, and let's see what Tsepo Moreki does. His first over went for 10 runs. I'm sure he'd want to do slightly better than that in his second over. And as he bowls it full, but Zondo again, after hitting that ball, felt a bit of pain with his hand.
Yeah, dropped to his knees and sort of shaking his hand in a bit of anguish there, as to say that that blow has really hurt that hand of his. He's timed that run really well, but clearly that hand of his is not doing too well after taking a blow from young Kwena Mapaka.
And it's the bottom hand, so it's the power hand. And that is my worry, Dominic, that with that pain and that uncomfortability of some sort, he'll tend to play those kind of shots.
Yeah, just getting inside the line there, trying to scoop it over short 45, with 45 being up. Missing on that occasion, and immediate response from the Lions captain there is to change the field. He's brought third man up and has sent fine leg back, sort of saying to Kaya, if you want to try those tricks, it's not going to work here. We want to see you try and hit the ball powerfully up the ground.
And quite clever from Mitch Birren. I think he's picked up that in order for him to play those kind of shots, he's going to need that bottom end of his, which is currently in a problem. And you can see just from that shot, that direct hit
from Zubaya Hamza by the looks of it.
The umpire saying it's not out. That was a direct hit. Beautiful fielding. And that shot you could see, man, looking at the playing there, that bottom hand is definitely giving Zondo a problem.
Definitely troubled with that bottom hand.
There's the physio coming out again to have a look at that bottom hand. On a normal day, that bottom hand strong, that shot could have gone to the boundary.
So as Colin said, the physio's back out to consult with Kaya Zondo. So there's currently a break in play. Just doing some sort of assessment of that hand. I'm sure the chat must be, if he's not really comfortable, then he possibly might have to retire hurt. Just judging by how uncomfortable he has looked, it looks like he will opt for that option to retire. So he's off the field, retired hurt, and in walks the next batsman, which looks to be John Smuts, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, really unfortunate for Kaya Zondo, taking a blow to the hand, second or third ball that he faced, and yeah, again he's looked really troubled since then.
Yeah, I think Brett White there was mentioning to him that look, this coming in and out of the physio also slows down the overage, so you're going to need to make a decision, and it looks like they made a decision that he goes out and comes in the experienced John Smuts, the man who's played around at Warriors before, quite a huge experience, and maybe the right time for him to come through. I mean, he's played over 214 matches at an average of 26.5 and he scored over 4,843 runs. Huge experience with a high score of 121, and against Lions. So
yeah,
maybe
that was in a final too, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it?
Yeah, the T20 challenge that was played at the Wanderers in 2018-2019 season.
Well bowled from Moreki. I think Ackerman moved slightly earlier and Moreki picked it up and bowled it slightly wide because he was looking to flip it over, seeing that that fine leg is up at 45 now, and if he clips that up he would have gotten the 4, and Moreki bowled it wider, which is beautiful bowling. Well done from him.
Yeah, great over so far from Moreki, only going for 2 runs. 2 balls to go. In comes Moreki. And Ackerman walks down the wicket. Just coming at the bowler. Moreki goes slightly wide of off stump, and he has smothered one through the cover point region for 4. The field in the deep, they had no chance. It was timed so well. Again, this outfield is absolutely lightning quick at the moment, with the lack of rain in Johannesburg. Great bit of cricket. Again, not going to allow the bowlers to bowl to him, so being proactive as he usually is, and sort of making a play against Moreki over there.
Yeah, 5 runs so far from this over. That was a great shot from Ackerman. Let's see what is going to be the response from Moreki in this last ball. And Ackerman tries to hoik it, but didn't really put it over mid-wicket and didn't actually even get a run from it because the fielder stopped it. But at Potgieter, it got to him very quick and he didn't manage to get the run, and gives Moreki 5 runs in that over. Great recovery, taken into consideration his first over went for 10 runs. So well bowled from him, plus he got a wicket.
Yeah, really good over from Moreki over there. Looks like the captain's entrusted Kwena Mapaka with his third one of this innings so far, or of the game. And not a bad shot from Mitch van Buren to sort of give the young fast bowler an opportunity to bowl at their most experienced player, and obviously a very, very key player for the Dolphins in terms of trying to chase this score down. So Mitchell going on the attack here is thinking if we can get one more wicket here in this power play, especially one of these two, we'll be well in with a chance here to win this game.
Immediately bowls one wide down leg to John Smarts, the right-hander. So we need to adjust their Mapaka in order to have a great over and get a great recover. I'm interested in that run rate because I'm keeping my eye on it, because knowing that Dolphins are behind the ball in terms of run rate, they needed to go higher than that. Now knowing that they've got one injured man and one wicket down. Good bowling from Mapaka and a good shot there by John, but a shot that didn't get them any run.
Yeah, slightly mistimed there by the looks of it. Given a bit more width on that occasion and didn't make the bowler pay for that. Only managed to tow it straight to the man at cover.
Oh, Mapaka. Brilliant ball to John Smarts for a dot ball there.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to pitch the ball up to John Smarts over here and try and get the ball to swing back. Doesn't look like there's as much swing as there was on Friday night. Conditions a little bit drier this afternoon. But definitely trying to give that ball as much chance as possible to sort of do something.
And that looked like a slightly slower one.
And as I say that, he's hit John Smarts on the head by the looks of it. So there will be another break in play as concussion protocols have to be observed here. John Smarts seems to be standing and seems to be okay. But we'll just have to wait and see when the physio gets to him.
I know that was a quick short ball from Mapaka when his previous one was slightly slower. Looking at the replay, definitely hit him on the helmet.
Got him on the back of the head.
Took his eyes off it as it pitched.
The fourth Black Day will see Proteas women take on England on Sunday, 8th December at 10 o'clock. Get your tickets on www.cricket.co.za. Hashtag Wars on Our Way, hashtag End GBV, and let us take a stand for equality. So it just looks like he's John Smart's been put 3 spaces here with the physio. There are a couple of questions, mandatory questions that need to be asked. Looks like the physio's digging into his bag to give him something to take. Still standing, which is always a good sign. Just whether the helmet has done what it needed to in terms of cushioning the blow. These helmets these days are so good. Generally will take most of the impact if it is if it's hit you correctly. There are a few soft spots on those helmets, unfortunately, but just looking again at the replay, sort of went 2 full balls and went in with quite a quick bouncer. John caught a bit by surprise there. So he looks to be standing, he looks to be okay, and he will continue to bat.
That's a good thing, that is good and is good to go. And his helmet, the fact that he hasn't even changed the helmet, looks like the damage wasn't that much. So that's always good to see. We enjoy it when a bowler comes in, a quick bowler coming in and hitting a batter, but we don't enjoy a batter being hit and being injured. And immediately Mapaka bowls a full one, just slightly outside off stump, and John hits it straight to the fielder for no run. So not shaken at all. It looks like we're back in play. Mokoena must just finish off this over nicely. Opened with a wide and has now bowled 4 dot balls. He needs to bowl 2 strong good balls to finish off this good over. And John just clips it to that mid-wicket area or square leg area, which has got a guy slightly in between the boundary. Clipped it for 1. So at 30 for 1 after 4.5 overs, Kwena Mapaka will look to finish this over nice and strong.
Some really good fight back from Kwena Mapaka here. The Dolphins look to be in a really good position before the start of this over, and has kept John Smuts very quiet throughout this over. So I'm pretty sure Marcus Ackerman will look to make a play with his last ball of this 5th over.
Ooh. Wide ball down leg from Kwena Mapaka.
Great work from Wandi Makwetu to get the right mid out there and stop that from going for an extra 4 runs to the boundary.
No, brilliant hands and brilliant keeping from Makwetu there. Any given day, that was easy for, especially with the fact that there is no fine leg, so there's no man at the boundary. It was good, definitely going to be a boundary. So Kwena Mapaka must now clean up from that wide. Now he's got an extra ball to bowl at Marcus Ackerman. He bowls one straight to Marcus, and Marcus clips it straight, hits it to mid on for 1 to take the score to 32 for 1 after 5 overs.
Another very good over from Kwena Mapaka over there. If you look at the comparative scores after 5 overs, the lines were 30 for 1, so not much in it here. The Dolphins 32 for 1. Technically 32 for 2 if Kaya Zondo does not come back to bat. And it looks like Cody Youssef has been entrusted with the 6th over from the golf course end. Yeah, Cody Youssef missed out on the last game where Tsepo Moreki played in, so yeah, he's back today, and let's see how he starts. As in he goes to Marcus Ackerman.
Good shot from Marcus Ackerman, straight down between the bowler and mid on for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, looked like a bit of a loosener from Cody Youssef there. Pitched right up, and Marcus was having none of it, and has hit him straight down the ground for 4. Beautiful bit of cricket.
Kwena Mapaka did that as well with a bit of a loosener, also went down for 4. So these looseners from this bowler is a bit naughty. It's not what the captain would want. Let's see his response with the second ball. Bowls a wide one, and Marcus Ackerman has a swish at it but misses it. And the umpire, Mr. Andre Olifield, calls it a wide.
Notably a bit more energy behind that, so looks like that loosener is now out the way and he's up and running. I think key here for any of the Lions bowlers that are coming in, they've got to hit the deck nice and hard here, because so far today anything that's sort of been floated up there has been dealt with by any of the batters, so look to run in and hit the deck nice and hard.
Good shot from Marcus Ackerman, cutting it just outside there from Cody Yusuf, but cutting it straight to the man on the boundary for one. Yeah, it looks like Ackerman is a busy man, like you said. He's not going to let those loose balls go, and he's always going to be looking for runs. So, and it looks like Mitch van Buren is looking to change the field. He's trying to get the attention on the man on the boundary.
Just pushed him a couple of yards further behind square by the looks of things.
And that John Smarts misses it. No appeal for that. I don't think there was a bet there. Surprised that the bowler didn't appeal, or he just saw that it was a bit too high, so there was no need to appeal. But nonetheless, they got that one.
Scampered through for a leg by over there by the looks of it. So nice, probably a bit too high, judging by that ball.
No reaction whatsoever from the bowler. Good clip by Ackerman, and chance there, not really. I think John was already there, but no ball from Cody Yusuf. This over very wide and a leg by, and now a no ball. Cody Yusuf will need to clean up here, because these naughty runs, they get the pressure off the batters, especially if they're getting runs and they got a 4 from the first over.
Yeah, and unfortunately with a no ball, you as a batter have now got a free hit, which means you can't get out. The only way you can get out is run out. So a free swing for John Smuts here, and he's been struggling 1 of 6 balls so far. So this might be the ball that he needs to get him going. And a very well bowled Yorker. Saw John Smuts backing away, followed him and has bowled a Yorker straight through his legs. So a great response there from Cody Yusuf.
Yeah, very fantastic response there from Cody Yusuf, and John will be disappointed with himself, but very great bowling from Cody Yusuf. Shows that he's thinking as a bowler, and he can also adjust late on when he sees the batter move, which most bowlers are unable to do that. They stuck to the line that they've already thought that that's the line that I'm going to be bowling. And John gets hits again by Cody Yusuf. And that one wasn't as quick as the previous one from Mapaka.
No, not at all. And just judging by John Smuts' hand signals over there, he's sort of signaling to Marcus that it didn't get up as much as he thought it would. Cody is a little bit shorter, so balls do tend to skid on. So sort of done him with a bit of lack of bounce there.
Yeah, again a bouncer, but this time around it's called wide by the umpire Andre Olivier. I thought that was a bit fair, but
it looked like a good ball. It looked like a good bouncer.
Yeah. So we have to look at the replay and see how far it was, because Mr. Brett White at square leg didn't call it. So
not surprised the bowler is slightly upset about that one, but he'll have to run up and re-bowl this one. Ooh.
Very good ball. Very great ball from Cody Yusuf. Just punished with the previous one.
Digs it in nice and short, and John Smuts took a bit of evasive action for this one. Bit of extra bounce in that one.
No, that was great bowling from Cody Yusuf. He had some great balls in this over. It's a pity there was some few wides and a no ball. But you take away those, you saw some good bowling in between.
And that actually brings a close to the power play. The Lions 42 for 1 after 6. Marcus Ackerman at the crease, 26 of 16. He's been going very steady. As we've said a couple of times already, been very proactive, not looking to let the bowlers settle, and looking to be busy at the crease. And with him, his partner is John Smuts, 1 of 9 balls. And into the attack now from the call it drive end is Junaid Dawood, the leg spinner, just fresh off, if I'm not mistaken, 5 for 30 in the last game against the Warriors. So let's see how this battle goes.
he'll be nice and confident after that fiver. So let's see how him and Ackerman, who seems like at least he's got a bit of seeing the ball and has been playing some good shots. Immediately bowls down, just one down leg on his legs, and a bit of naughty there on the field, and Ackerman comes back for 2. I'm sure Dawood won't be happy with that fielding.
No, not at all. Should have been a simple one, and slight misfield there. Ackerman gets back for the second.
Dawood bowls it down leg, slightly short. Ackerman clips him for 4, all the way down to the boundary.
Bit of a soft ball there from Junaid Dawood. Slightly slower, but a bit of a drag down. And Marcus Ackerman's pulled that, got into position nice and early and pulled it behind square for 4.
Yeah, he's going to need to clean up and bowl if he wants to bowl anywhere close to the 5 for 30 that he did. He's going to need to bowl far much better than that, Dawood. And that ball, as we speak,
looks like he's got out stumped over there. I think the square leg umpire's put his finger up.
Not responding.
Sort of missed it. Ball's sort of rolled back and it's come off. Yeah, rolled back onto the stumps.
Yeah, Mr. Bradwhite has definitely confirmed it and said he's out. So beautiful bowling from Dawood. That one from the previous 2 balls, that one was unplayable. Beautiful bowling.
Yeah, here's the replay, so we can have a good look at it, how he was actually given out.
Oh, beautiful bowling. That got stumped from the keeper.
I don't think the keeper's actually touched that. It looks like it's rolled onto his stumps.
Yeah, if not, I think he pushed it back on the
yeah.
keeper. We'll need to look at that replay again, but it's captured.
It's been given out stumped. Yeah. Been given out stumped, so good piece of work by Wandile Makwetu there. And that sees the end of Marcus Ackerman, 32 of 19. Really looked the part today. Came out, played some very, very fluid shots on what seems to be a tricky wicket for every other batter so far. And into the crease walks another left-hander in Tsapang Dutole.
Also a local boy from Kagiso, grew up around these areas, played here most of his career. And yeah, you're right, man. Marcus Ackerman was the man looking dangerous. Scoring 32 of 18 balls. He looked like the man who, if he stuck around, they would still have hope.
Could have got the job done for them. And crucially for the Lions, they've taken a wicket just outside of the power play. Generally, 3 to 4 overs after the power play, you generally don't want to lose a wicket because it stems the flow of any momentum that you've created.
And good bowling there again from Dawood. I think he's now hitting his traps and bowling it where he needs to be bowling. It's just outside that middle and off line instead of the previous 2 balls that went. The last one went for 4. He's now hitting his traps and bowling it in the right area. Oh, missed. Tsapang Dutole missed that one. It went all the way straight to the keeper Makwetu.
Yeah, it looked like a slightly flatter and slightly quicker one from Junaid Dawood over there. Angled just across him.
And this one, Tsapang Dutole managed to clips it for 1 on the leg side, and they was looking to run again, and that would have been a danger. But fortunately, his partner John sent him back.
Now the Lions have been a little bit untidy in the outfield in the past few overs. But no damage done on that occasion. 49 for 2 after 7 overs, the Dolphins are. Needing 108 of 78 balls.
Dom, I'm going to leave you, and Mr. David will be joining you.
I'll see you in a bit. Our Proteas men will take on the current ICC Men's T20 World Cup champions India in November for a thrilling 4 T20 international matches. Visit www.cricket.co.za for your tickets. #Wars on our way. #be part of it.
Game finally balanced here, Dom. It could go either way, but I think that wicket certainly put some pressure on the Dolphins. Yusuf to begin. New over.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Marcus Ackerman was looking really, really dangerous over there. Looked like one of the few today that found it quite easy batting on this wicket. But again, didn't really look to have the bowlers bowl at him. Was very, very busy in the crease and quite proactive. So looks like that's sort of the way to go on this type of wicket today.
Just tickles us away onto the onside. I'm sure when you saw John Smuts get hit on the head, you might have thought, oh, thank goodness I play with Quinn and not against him.
Yeah, I've faced him a fair few times in the nets, and he is a very, very slippery customer. That single brings up to 50 for the Dolphins after 50 balls, so 50 of 50, and they've hit 4 boundaries so far. I mean 7 boundaries so far, excuse me.
The variation there, he's caught the edge and got him. Makwetu happy to collect that one. Bit of extra spice on that one, and Smuts has got to make his way back to the sheds. He just wafted at that one, and he'll be disappointed with himself. It's the 3rd wicket down for the Dolphins. It's 50 for 3.
Got into position really early for that one. Just looks to have just caught the toe end of the bat and safely through to the keeper.
Yeah, you can see his head is completely out of line with where the ball is, and so it's a good lesson for youngsters to learn. You've got to make sure your head is in line with the delivery, but he'll have some time to work on it. It's the end of his time. He's gone for 1, and the new man at the crease who replaced Van Staden in the side. Bradley Porteous strides out to the wicket, and I mentioned that the game was finally balanced here. Could an argument be made, one wonders, for the favour to be leaning towards the DP World lines? Remember, it is 50 for 3, but Kaya Zondo is out injured.
So we're not sure if he'll be back later on to bat. But like you say, David, it looks like it's just slightly shifted a bit more towards the Lions' favour with the fall of wickets in the last 2 overs. Nothing quite stops the flow of momentum like a wicket that's falling in any form of cricket these days.
Cody Yusuf was so crucial for the Lions campaign last time out. Managed to get himself a call up to South Africa A, and he's continuing on that good form with ball in hand. Ball him! He's cleaned him up, and the centre, rather, the middle stump goes for a tumble. What a cracking delivery there, and he's now on a hat-trick.
Great piece of bowling from Cody Yusuf over there. Sends his middle stump flying, and back to the dressing room Porteous goes.
How important was the first wicket, and he's just now added icing onto the cake here. Steaming in, I just mentioned how good he was, and Porteous playing down the wrong line has just come back into him. The victory in that battle is certainly with Cody Yusuf. It wasn't a long one, but it means that Andile Simelane will replace Porteous at the crease. And on a hat-trick here, put yourself into the shoes of Mitch van Buren. What kind of attacking field do you want? Do you want a second slip? Do you want a catching cover? Do you want a man under the helmet? What do you want here?
None of the above. I'd say, if anything, the bowler just needs to make sure that he hits the stumps, because I've been involved in a lot of hat-trick deliveries in my time playing cricket, and you'd be surprised at how often the ball does not hit the stumps. So looks like Mitch has opted for a slip over here, which there's no doubt is a good idea on a hat-trick ball. And also just to make Andile Simelane know that he's under a bit of pressure over here. But again, like I said, most importantly, I think Cody needs to hit the stumps over here.
Local fans here really geeing up Cody Yusuf. It's not easy as a batter when you come out and you're under pressure. slip in place. Cody Yusuf on a hat-trick. Oh my goodness, he's bowled an absolute pearl of a delivery. Squared him up, and he's done too much. Fantastic. You couldn't have asked for a better delivery there.
Again, going back to my point, another ball that has not hit the stumps. But again, like you say, an absolute pearl of a delivery, especially to get first up. And it looks like it's just gone over the top of off stump over there.
He just comes in on the angle. It so nearly clipped the off bail and almost caught the outside edge, and oh boy, everything's happening here. There's a bit of a catching cover in as well. He's just off the square, so maybe looking for that miscued shot. Yusuf in again. And he wafts at that one and it goes through on the bounce to Makwetu. How often does that happen when you get 2 wickets a dot and then a wicket? But a brilliant over comes to an end. It's 8 overs done. It's 50 for 4.
Yeah, interesting enough, that last ball, it got to Makwetu, like you said, on the bounce. So it just shows you that coming in, the pace of the wicket's a little bit, I would say a little bit too paced. Not all balls are coming on. But again, a great piece of bowling there from Cody Yusuf.
And it's such an important thing to note with the amount of wear that this game is, this strip rather, this game strip has had. 3 games have been played on this. Yes, granted, the first one was a schools SA20 game, but it does play a little bit into the hands of Dawood here, who comes in again. A little bit of a full toss there, and that'll work its way down to Evan Jones at long on.
Quietly though, in the past couple of overs, with the fall of wickets, that required rate's now gone up all the way to 9. So someone's going to have to come and play a bit of a cameo here to give the Dolphins a chance at this one.
And a good indicator for those at home of where the Dolphins should be is that DLS par, the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern par, 73. Obviously, we're not at risk of rain playing a role here, but it's always a good indicator for you, a bit of a litmus test. This is short and pulled away onto the onside. There is protection down there in the deep, so they'll just get the 1. Josh Richards out there in the deep. It's not easy fielding out there when the sun is almost level with eye line. We saw Bryce Parsons struggling earlier. Much better delivery this time, and straight to the skipper. He's a live wire, is Mitch van Buren in the field. You can never count him out. Change in the field, asking the 45, Cody Yusuf, to go a little bit finer, 1 or 2 steps to his left. Bit of width there, and he beats the 2 men, cuts it like a surgeon, and it scampers away to the boundary for 4. Too much width there from the leg spinner, and he's been suitably punished.
A really good piece of footwork here by Tsapang Dutole, giving himself a little bit of room, but got into position really quickly to maneuver that one behind point for 4.
Works this on, and he's hit it too well. If he'd hit it maybe with slightly softer hands, he might have got the second that he was looking for. So Dawood would now feel like he's got to make sure that he gets out of this over without another boundary. Mitch van Buren just shifting the field as he's sauntered across your screen there. The deep extra cover, deep long off, or just a long off. And that's exactly who it's gone to, the extra cover. Is he going to take it?
Yes.
Master stroke from the skipper, Mitch van Buren, just changing the field before that delivery. And Dom, that's exactly what you mean when you say, I'm bowling to my field.
Couldn't have picked the man out any better. You didn't have to move. I think that was Zubaya Hamza in the deep that completed the catch over there. But great piece of captaincy. Again, like you said, just trying to get out the over. And Andile Simelani thought otherwise. He thought he could take on that slightly longer boundary, and he's been caught about 10 to 15 meters off that boundary. The Dolphins 57 for 5 after 9.
Looked very comfortable under that one and wasn't going to make a miss of that. Zubaya Hamza, as we see, 100 runs required to win, but there's already 5 down. Speaking of 100, it's Zubair Hamza that is test cap number 100 and got his debut game here against Pakistan. That's the same game that Dwan Ulafir got his debut against Pakistan in 2019. Right, so start of a new over. Tole has Ramashan Pillay with him. Just the 11 overs to go, and if the Dolphins have any chance of victory here, it's going to require a partnership of more than 50 to get them over the line. They still have some time. But with shots like that, you can see that they're in a hurry to get moving, just falling in that vacant land. Hamza collecting it, and they decide that they just want the 1 or 2 rather. Good running there. Excuse me. Required run rate 9, and they're going at 6.5. So yes, they have time, but they have to keep things moving, Dom.
Yes, they do. They do, and unfortunately for them, there's not a lot of recognized batters left in the shed. So one of these two is going to have to do the bulk of the work for them to get them into any sort of position to chase the score down.
Well bowled by Cody Yusuf. Just hitting that mark, and he'll feel confident. 1 for 11 thus far, and he's got 4 left in the over. Excuse me, 2 overs has bowled, 12. Our score is slightly off here with the bowling figures. Oh, he just nearly chops that one on.
Yeah, a little bit of width given there from Cody Yusuf.
Carved away. There is protection there. He's going to have to work hard, but he's not able to do that. Just squeezed very square on the offside, and exactly what they would need. A boundary coming for them.
Great piece of timing by Tole there to squeeze that just past point and race to the boundary for 4.
Now for 5. Oh no, and it's a no ball. Oh dear, oh dear. Umpire signaling no ball just on the right of your screen there, and a free hit. Cody Yusuf had some trouble earlier in the competition with no balls, and it's something you can fix. It's just a matter of rhythm and maybe trying to do too much.
Yeah, he's been working on this the last week in the nets. But unfortunately going over the line again on 2 occasions today so far.
This is heaved away onto the offside. There's protection in Evan Jones down there in the deep, and they'll just get 1 for it. Cody Yusuf is the kind of guy, and you'll have to correct me or agree with me. Cody Yusuf seems like he's a fighter. He seems like he's somebody who wants the ball. He's somebody who really wants to give his all and put his body on the line for the team.
100% couldn't agree more with that. Last season, during the 4-day campaign, he would always be the first person to say, give me the ball, I'll take a wicket for you. Definitely pick him in my team every day of the week.
And more often than not, he does take a wicket for you. So sort of a golden arm, but a true lion in every sense of the word. Wide slip there in place. And he's bowled the wrong line for that.
Great piece of work from Evan Jones over there at wide mid-on. It's definitely saved more than 2 runs on that occasion.
The long limbs of the big man working hard. He's also somebody who you could say is truly a lion. And that concludes the 10th over. So at the halfway stage, the Lions were 67 for 2. But it's those wickets, John, that make all the difference. 3 wickets difference. You'd still say that the Lions are on top.
Yeah, definitely the scale's definitely shifted in terms of the Lions have the upper hand at the moment. Tshepang Dutole has come a bit alive here in the last couple of overs, so he looks like he's getting a little bit of momentum going, but just needs someone to bat with him for the next 5 overs to sort of build a partnership and try and get some momentum going for the Dolphins here. And unfortunately, since the 7th, they've lost a wicket and over, which has made things quite challenging to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Dawood to begin a new over. He's already got 2, and decides he wants to remove maybe a piece of tape or a ring or something. Give it to umpire Brad White. Just works this away down the ground for 1. And I want to get your thoughts here as we go through the over, Dom, about the 4-day competition. It's such an important aspect for the development of players, and it's where players really test themselves and push themselves. I mean, maybe after this delivery, just get your thought about the prospects in this year's competition. He's tickled away onto the onside. They're running hard for the first, and they'll think about the second, but too quick was the man down there in the deep.
Looks like
Cody Yusuf, yeah. Swallowed it up and spat it out very quickly.
And then got rid of it again very quickly.
Junaid Dawood not letting us have a chat here. We'll have to wait for the next over. In again. Much straighter this time and on the defensive. He'll feel confident, will Dawood. Any player on the back foot to a leg spinner, you almost feel as the leggy, you've got a chance here. Trap him in front. He's not afraid to float it up there. Just beating the man in the ring there to get the 1. So 69 now for 5. And just 3 from the over. That's exactly what Mitch van Buren would want. Keep them quiet. 1s is fine. Heaved away onto the onside, and it's going to squeeze the 2 men, and what a bit of fielding there. Diving valiantly, almost like a goalkeeper trying to prevent the ball going in the inside post and taking the thumbs up. Cody Yusuf. I said he was a lion, and he's done exactly that.
That's the definition of putting your body on the line. Definitely saved 2 runs there. Great piece of work in the deep from Cody. One
ball left in the over. Hoyt onto the onside. Didn't quite time it as well as he would have liked. And it's just 1. So he will retain the strike. It's the end of the 11th at 72 for 5. 4-day competition will follow the CSA T20 challenge. Talk to us about what you think the Lions' prospects are for the 2024-25 campaign.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to it, because that'll be my first bit of professional cricket for this season. Again, we haven't lost a lot of players, so everybody that played last year, or the squad that played last year, is pretty much for the most part the same. So a great opportunity for some of our fringe players again to get an opportunity to play in that competition, and I'm certainly looking forward to try and defend it. It's easy to win it; it's even harder to retain. So I'm really excited. A bit of a split competition where we're only playing 4 games in a row in November into December, and then it only resumes again in the end of March, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
After the SA20, yeah.
No, the One Day Cups before that too.
Wow. Okay,
so
you're
big.
capping it off nicely there. Evan Jones begins a new over, and he'll concede a first run and maybe a second. No. Oh dear. Fielding error, and good bit of awareness there from Tshepang Dutole to call for the second. Yeah, you mentioned the 4-day competition and not having lost any players. Well, you've retained majority of the squad that participated. The challenge is you've had more players go up to the national side, and so that also then gives an opportunity. He just squeezes this one away down to fine leg. Gives an opportunity for as you mentioned, those fringe players to come to the fore. South Africa is going to be very busy during that November-December period, so your national players will not play as much of a role. but certainly guys like Rassie van der Dussen and Ngaba Peter could really have a nice impact. He didn't quite get all of that, so he's not able to get that away.
Again, I think the key word there is opportunity. Whoever it is that dons the whites over that period, they'll have an opportunity to, number one, stake a claim for themselves in the team, and number two, contribute hopefully to us trying to retain the title, more importantly.
Whacked away down to Mureki in the deep. Just the one. So it seems the game has a, I know it's only just after the halfway stage, but it seems the game has a little bit of an air of inevitability. The Dolphins, 81 required from 50, but do you think they're trying to just continue to move things along and hope that they can put pressure on late? That'll be one for the over. Looking at the umpire there.
Definitely one for the over there. What I would say is they kind of needed this partnership, but they can't leave it too late. Unfortunately, looking at the rate required at the moment, it's at 9.9 to the over. So if they have a few more quiet overs, they could be under serious pressure in the last few.
Well, that's not the way to keep things quiet. Slapped it over the bowler's head, and a lovely stroke from the diminutive Ditole. Good stroke there, dead straight, and 4.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Dolphins needed to close off that over. A boundary sort of just to keep that run rate, required rate under control. 80 for 5 after 12 the Dolphins are. And again, Junaid Dawood to continue from the call it drive-in.
Fans enjoying the scenes here at the DP World Wonders. Just a reminder that all the 4-day games are free of access, so you can come and watch. There's the diehards that will always be here as Dawood begins his 4th, and I think Brad White's just saying, come on lads, let's get on with it. So 2 for 20 from his 3. The first ball has Pillay trying to stretch across to try and force that into some vacant land on the leg side. Again, he's trying to hit against the spin, and it takes a bit of a bump, and they'll get through for the single. Umpire suggesting that he got some glove on it, maybe. Not a solid sound. Ditole now will be hitting with the spin, but he'll have to hit it over the long boundary to really get maximum value. He's going to give it a go, but he's going to find himself short. Dawood, 8 wickets in 2 games, and he continues to cause batters consternation. I said Ditole had to hit to the long boundary. He's done that. He's not got enough on it, and it's another wicket down. It's 81 for 6.
Great catch in the deep there by Zubair Hamza. Didn't quite get all of this one, but was getting very, very close to the boundary as he took it a couple of steps, and yeah, great piece of work by Zubair Hamza to complete the catch.
Lovely bit of stuff there from the DP World Lines. Junaid Dawood only has 3 balls left, but he'd love to get another fifer. He's going to have to bowl to a fellow spinner, Prenelin Subrayan. 113 matches. He's been around for a long time. Strike rate of 124. His best of 35 coming against the Northerns in 2019-2020 at Ullamore Park in Benoni. Again, I'm going to ask you the question. You're the skipper. Do you want any more attacking field, or are you just happy for where the field is to force the guys to maybe miscue a shot?
Well, slight change in field, as you say that actually. But wicket's gone over to 45 or backward point rather. But I would say that the balls in the Dolphins court, just as the Lions, you would try and bowl a couple of dot balls and put a bit more pressure on. the Dolphins have to make the play and hit the boundaries. I mean, the required rate's now at 10.4, and with every dot ball it keeps climbing ever higher.
The first one beat him on the outside edge. He's just carved this down there. Just a bit of a bunt, really. The Lions won't be unhappy. As you said, the responsibility here is on the Hollywoodbets Dolphins to move this game in a direction that will see them victors, and you're not going to do it by missing the ball like that. It's the end of Junaid Dawood's 4 overs. 3 for 22. Excellently bowled from him today, and turned this game around. 82 for 6 after 13. Talking about those die-hard fans, this one that comes to mind, Dom, is I think he's Chris. He goes as Vali Army, and
Chris Addleston.
Yes, he's with legend. You guys, home and away. He very rarely misses a 4-day game.
He's at every 4-day game. He actually takes off work to come and watch us on the road. Yeah, what a die-hard supporter. He's supported the Lions from way back in the day.
Got him with a welcome conversation there. He's just said to him, hey, you know what, if you're going to hit it, I'm going to make life very difficult for you. Just bangs it in there. How important is that for the fans to come out, even when you are playing those 4-day games, which aren't always the most well attended, as this one is just dropped out into the offside for one.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It would be great to get a few more fans and spectators coming to watch during our 4-day campaign. I know this time of this season, especially the first half, it's during possibly exams, so it might be a little bit trickier for the kids to come out.
That'll take some leg buys. It'll go to the boundary. Frustrating for Wandile Makwetu, but a wayward delivery means that the Hollywoodbets Dolphins get a small light at the end of a dark tunnel. Straying down the leg side. I mean, he's literally batting on leg stump, and so he's trying to chase him there, and he's probably overcooked it. Short again from Jones, and that's the signal for 1 for the over.
Interestingly enough, Ramesh and Pillay has actually opted to duck under that one, considering that they are now up to 11 and over. It's a little bit surprised to see him just let that one go and not make an attempt to try and hit it in some way or the other.
Especially with point in the ring, if he'd swatted at it, he might have gotten what he needed. He swats at this one, chips it over the inner ring. It'll take a couple of bounces and will require some work, but Mitch van Buren is like a jackrabbit. He was there in time and able to collect that one. So they just get the 2, and the last ball from the Jones over is imminent. Just one ball to come in the 14th. Just knocks this out to the sweeper there, Mureki. And they'll get 1, so he'll retain the strike, will he? Yes, he'll retain the strike. End of 14, it is 90 for 6. 67 required now from just the final 6 overs. So Mapaka to bowl his final over. What are you saying to Kwena before he bowls his final over here? Give us some insight, Skipper.
Some insight. Well, I think first and foremost, make sure you're nice and warm before you bowl this first one, because the first spell looked like he bowled a proper loosener to get going, and then more importantly, I think just bowl the ball into the wicket. It looks like it's been really difficult to sort of hit the ball when it's been bowled with some really good energy into the wicket, as opposed to sort of just been floated up there with no energy behind it. So yeah, we need energy from young Kwena over here.
First one is whipped away onto the onside. He's welcome back with a boundary. It's a good shot there. Just flicks it off his pads. And you mentioned that he's got to bowl it into the surface. That's a little bit of a floater one.
Yeah. bit of a nothing ball on the pads, and yeah, young Pillay has not missed out there and has whipped him through mid-wicket for 4.
You just want that to galvanize young Mapaka. He's deadly when he feels like he's on the money, and he does exactly that. He's on the money. Just opened the blade there and went straight to Evan Jones. Swallowed it. Probably came to him a little bit quicker than he would have liked, but it doesn't matter when you're clasping around the ball. Ramashan Pilay's gone for 12. It's 94 for 7.
Yeah, Kwena Mapaka opting for a full wide one. He's actually timed it really, really well, and yeah, Evan Jones has literally plucked an apple out of a tree there. So nonchalantly caught that one. That was travelling with some serious velocity towards him.
You see, it's these gentlemen that come from the Northern Cape, Reza Hendricks and Evan Jones. They know how to keep cool in the heat. Know how to keep their heads, keep their wits about them. So Mapaka has a second wicket. He's an absolute revelation as Kaya Zondo makes his way back onto the park. We saw him go off earlier. It looked like it was a hand issue that was bothering him. Maybe when he jammed it into the wicket, or do you think maybe he got a wrap on the knuckles?
I think by the looks of it, his right hand sort of got hit on the softer part of his glove, sort of where he was signalling the physio. So generally when it gets hit on the underside of your glove, there's not much, or there's not great protection there. So we'll see how the breaks sort of done him over here.
And I can assure you, Kwena is not going to hold back here. He had a real go at Kaya Zondo earlier, just beating the outside off the bat here. Kwena, having made his debut last season, and Kaya Zondo, if I'm not mistaken, making his debut in 2008-2009 season. So one of the stalwarts of South African cricket. But there's no love lost here. The youngster's going to give it everything he can. Just takes his hand off the bat there at one. Obviously trying to avoid the vibration. And he gets one and he gets to the other end. So 5 from the over and the wicket with 2 to come. Well bowled, a good length that one, and just squeezes it out. They'll run 2 though, and he'll be home safe in the end. Lions are unafraid of backing the youngsters. I remember an image way back when under Coach Jeffrey Tiana where Vian Mulder was in his high school uniform.
Funny enough, we experienced a bit of nostalgia with Kwena walking in not quite high school uniform, but not team kit this week, which was quite funny. Reminded me of that exact moment.
Absolutely. So at the end of 15, it's 97 for 7. At the same stage, the Lions were 99 for 4, but it was the final 5 overs that made a difference. Dom Hendricks will now make way for Colin Towa. Waza now to the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. Cricket South Africa and Hollywoodbets are excited to bring you the Hollywoodbets Pro Series. Women's professional league made up of the Hollywoodbets Pro 50 and Hollywoodbets Pro 20. Starting Friday the 4th of October. For more information, visit cricket.co.za. #WazaNawe. It's our time. Evan Jones returns as Colin sits down next to me, and that was a wild delivery from Evan Jones.
Yeah, looks like you had all the fun there, David. All the wickets falling when I was away.
It's Dom, he's got the golden arm, I tell you, Colin.
Yeah, and our man again, Dawood, bowled fantastically there in his 4 overs, getting 3 wickets for 22, picking up from where he left off.
Slapped away, Moreki's got a lot of work to do, and it's beat him to the fence. Despairing dive there, too much width from Jones, and unfortunately for Moreki, he's not able to cut that one off. That brings up the Dolphins 100.
A welcome ball there by Zondo, because it was slightly wide, but you can see as he hits it, he always takes off that bottom hand from the ball, from the bat, to avoid that vibration.
Oh, it's another wide, another wide. 54 now required. That's the 7th wide of the day.
The bowlers have been quite naughty with these wides today, and bowling them at the stage where they don't need to be bowling them.
I wonder if it's because the Lions might feel like they're under pressure with their time and maybe rushing things more than he would usually do so. Evan Jones having to turn and go immediately.
Yeah. And Zondo there again took off that hand from the bat, so clearly that hand is not 100%, but there was no other option for him but to come back, because after that it is the tail with the Pavilion and Cele.
Hoiks this away. There's protection out there in the deep.
Uh, 52 runs from 27 balls. Not necessarily quite similar situation when they were chasing a 210 against multiple Titans Dolphins, but you can already see that the decision is becoming clearer and clearer, David.
He just helps this on its way down to that fine leg region. There are 2 men out there, so he can feel a little bit more at ease, Evan Jones, but this has been an expensive one. 2 wides, 3 singles and a 4.
I must say I've been quite impressed with Makwetu at the back. He's done a very, very clean job with the stumping and the catch, but just collecting even those balls being thrown by the fielders.
Oh, naughty, naughty Evan Jones. It's another wide. The problem is, in the attempt to try and catch up with time, he ends up extending the time anyway. Coming to your point of Wandile Makwetu, he was somebody that showed prospect early on. As I mentioned on Friday, the youngest under 19 player before Quena broke that record, and as they get 1 here, he struggled to find his feet at the Titans and then at the Knights, and floated around a little bit, and he looks much more at ease here in Johannesburg at the Lions, and his family's here, so
yeah.
his mom and his younger brother Tando will certainly be encouraging him. Just works this away onto the onside for the single.
Quite right. You see, even there, even with that bounce, he did very well to pick it up, and that's one thing he's done well. And then there's a few wide balls going down leg where he's dived down leg to go to save boundaries. So he's kept quite well, and you're quite right. It's good for him to be good back home, where he started his cricket career. It's good to see him back here. But yeah, the Dolphins at 109 for 7 after 16 overs, needing 48 runs and 24 balls. In the last 4 overs, it's going to be slightly. They're going to need some good batting from these 2 batters, Zondo and the captain Subrian, to recover or maybe even look to win this. But it's quite a steep hill.
Reki's changing ends now. He's going to come from the, call it, drive end. And to give you an idea, there's only mid-on that's in the ring on the leg side. Everybody else riding the boundaries. And a deep point and a 3rd man in place on the offside. Full and flicked away. Not quite middled, so he'll just get 1, will Kai Zondo.
I think the Lions will be very comfortable with those ones. As long as they deprive them boundaries, they're heading very well home with just getting them ones.
You could argue that they could even give them a single boundary as it's required, 12 to the over. Not that you would want to,
yeah.
But they wouldn't yet panic with conceding a boundary.
Good ball that by Moreki. Missed it by Subrian, and keeper doing well behind the stumps there. And
try to hoik that across to the onside. He was adamant that he wanted to hit it to that vacant cow corner region, and to make recompense, he'll do a bit of gardening in the middle of the wicket.
And that dot ball immediately puts pressure, and then run rate required now is 12.8, and they are on 6.7 and over, so they're halfway. They need more than that, and Mitch Barron moves the boundary. In fact, he moves himself into the ring. Oh, no, that's Kudu Yusuf.
Bit of an unconvincing stroke there. Treats it, saying sure he was a little bit unsighted with that last one.
Yeah, no, and at this stage, like you mentioned, the Lions can afford to give away a boundary and an over, but I'm sure they wouldn't want that, and they're not very unhappy with these singles that they are getting once in a while. So let's see what Moreki does with this ball.
Zondo was batting well across his stumps there, and trying to make certain that he was in a position to really make the most out of it. Batting really deep in his crease, but as you said, the ones are not the thing that will trouble the DP World Lions. They've got to find boundaries. 45 from 20.
Yeah, 5 men out of the ring.
They're going to need a boundary before the end of the over.
Good shot by the captain there. Brilliant shot, straight over the bowler's head for 6.
Well, I said they needed a boundary before the end of the over, and like Evan Jones, Prenelin O'Brien listening to me and saying, right, I'll do it myself. Moreki coming in on the angle there, steps across and dashes it over the fast bowler's head, over the scoreboard, or rather side screen for 6.
The funny thing is, as beautiful as that shot was, it does not even put a dent on that run rate required. So they're going to need more of those if they are to win this game. Moreki will be happy with that one to close off the over. And that takes them to 119 for 7 after 17.
Yeah, it was a brilliant end to the over for Moreki. Some fans enjoying the sun there at the yoga studio. Late afternoon sun.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic Sunday afternoon. Weather has been beautiful. A weather that says get out of the house and go watch some sport. And I'm hoping that the fans, I'm sure they're still enjoying the game, but they were enjoying it. The home crowd here, looking at the score and the situation right now, they're quite happy with it, and the Lions must just finish it in these last 3 overs.
So 3 overs to go, and just having a look after this delivery of where each side will be playing and who the opposition will be.
And the change of bowler from the golf course end with Cody Yusuf coming on.
Just needed a direct hit there for Esterhuizen to find some joy. The Lions will make their way down to Bloemfontein, and the Dolphins will head home to Kingsmead to host the Northwest Dragons. So 3 losses in a row for the Dolphins will put a real nail in the coffin. You can never write these teams off, but 3 in a row when there's only 7 games, Colin, it's tough to come back from there.
Yeah, I know.
And still find yourself a part of contention.
It's going to be a serious task, serious ask for Dolphins in their last 4 games that are remaining. And I feel for Northwest, who's going to be playing them at home after, well, we are saying 3 losses, but this game's still not finished yet. Cricket can be a very surprising game, but if they do end up losing here, Northwest will face a very, very wounded Dolphin, and at home, it won't be an easy one.
No, not at all. There's a bit of a change in the field. They've put Evan Jones from long on to mid-on, and we're seeing some acrobatics out here. Some of the fielders also showing their acrobatic skill. You're right, the game isn't buried. It's just a tough ask. 34 from 15. And it doesn't help that your senior man, Kazondo, is nursing that hand. He really doesn't look happy with it.
I know, seriously. After that block just to the leg side, immediately shook his hand. You could see that he's very, very uncomfortable. The umpire there, Mr. Brett White, calls it 1 for the over. And Cody Yusuf has got now 2 balls to finish his spell. Currently sitting at 2 wickets for 23 runs. I'm sure he's looking to finish strong so that finish also off here with good figures. Beautiful ball for a dot ball there from Cody Yusuf.
Invaluable, and his variation has been something that a lot of batters in South African cricket struggled with last season, and it seems the trend is continuing as they're unable to really find themselves dominating Cody Yusuf. Took a little bit of tap in that first game against the Titans.
Started this over needing 12.7 runs and over. It's now up to 15.7 with Subrian clipping the last one just down to the leg side for 1 to take the score to 124 for 7 after 18. And that run rate with that one taken, 16.5 runs required.
That's the end of Cody Yusuf's outing here today. 4 overs, 2 for 24. 10 dot balls in that, and that's really what allows teams to pile on pressure, because yes, you may not take wickets, and Cody Yusuf did take wickets, but as a bowler, it's something for the youngsters to remember that even if you don't take wickets, you can still be effective by strangling the opposition batters with the way that they want to attack and keep the scoreboard moving along.
Moreki coming in from the collar drive end to bowl his last over.
So Moreki and then Jones, the bowlers remaining. They need a boundary here very early in the over. I think Lions fans want me to shut up.
David, I think I was about to say it looks like you've got a serious connection with these batters, because once you call for a boundary, they do hit a boundary. The previous one, Subrian responded to you and he hit it straight for 6. Now you said they need a boundary in the first over, in the first part of the over, and they did exactly that.
Well, what a way to get things underway. If we are going to see some magic here, this could be a 27 from 11. This game could turn on its head.
All the fielders clapping hands, just happy with that one.
All about drama. There was that game here at the DP World Wanderers where the Lions tied with the World Sports Betting, forgive me, World Sports Betting Western Province side, went to a super over, and Quinema Parker had the game that got him to the IPL. And this is what we want, the drama. 26 from 10.
Zondo tried to improvise there and come up with a flick over the keeper, but missed it. And yeah, you're right, David. This game is, especially Dolphins and Lions, always give you a good game. And taking into consideration, this was last season's final in this competition. Lions came up the winner in that game, and it looks like they'll come up the winner again here.
Oh, you never know.
I'm not a betting man, David, but if I was going to win this game.
A 6 could really change things up here. Well, he doesn't listen to me quite correctly, but he gets the boundary that is needed. 11 from the over, there's 2 to come, and it's 22 from 8. Kai Zondo's nearly batting on the wide line there, targeting the leg side boundary.
And as you can hear, David, the bend has started. I think they can see the end. You can see the finish line already. And they're giving that boost to Moreki to finish off this over, these last 2 balls.
He's got a ball full and straight here at the stumps.
Good shot, but unfortunately for 1 run. I'm sure he would need it more, but good shot to the straight man there at the boundary for 1 run.
So 21 from 7. So Brian is just having a look there into the surface, maybe eyeing up what would be his arc. At this point, you've got to feel like he's got to throw his hands.
A chance that falls right between the fielder at the boundary and the fielder was chasing it, Dawood, for them to get they're 2 runs and 138 for 7 after 19.
19 required from the final over. It's going to take a serious effort here. They're going to have to clear the rope 3 times plus a single. So 19 runs from 6.
Yeah, I think Moreki has finished his spell, the most expensive bowler so far in the bowling lineup. The others have been very economical, but he finishes his spell with 39 runs from his 4 overs with no wickets.
It's been a day of starts. Nobody really kicking on, but DP World Lions feel like they'll have done enough with bat in hand. Evan Jones to begin the final over.
Yeah, what a shot. And great attempt. Great attempt. There's that Cody Yusuf did a brilliant, great attempt there from him. Sure the bowler won't complain about that.
Well, a boundary to start. Evan Jones really banged this one in. And Sondra just swatted this away. And maybe he was just off balance when he tried to take that catch, Cody Yusuf. It brings it down to 15 from 5.
Still possible in cricket terms.
Over his head. 1 bounce 4.
1 bounce 4. Is Zondo here trying to tell us something here?
You said if you're a betting man, you would have won this game. I don't know. Your money's not safe, Colin. It's not safe.
I must stick to what I don't know. Don't go to betting.
50 partnership as well, coming off of 33 deliveries. Just stand and deliver. Oh boy. Could we see late drama here? 11 from 4.
I think Zondo has forgotten about that pain on his hand now. Oh, Zondo trying to go for a big one. Nice and easy catch for Makwetu. And I think right there, David, my money would have been safe. Just with that wicket falling down.
Absolutely. Evan Jones, just a slow bumper into the wicket. Zondo was looking to swat it back over Midoff's head. And catching the outside half of the bat. High into the air. Makwetu early, you can see there, just signaling to his teammates, that one's mine, fellas. Pouches it. And that's the end of Khalisha Zondo. 146 for 8. Caught Makwetu, Paul Jones. And Darren de Pavillon has a monstrous task ahead of him. He needs 11 from 3. 3 boundaries would do it. Tough ask when you're coming in at number 10.
I'm sure the skipper there, Mitch van Buren, will be telling the bowler that whatever you do, no wides and no balls. We don't want to be bowling extra balls now. Let's keep it at 3 balls and let's finish it in those 3 balls.
So Brian strolling to the other end, not really interested in giving the strike back to De Pavillon, but De Pavillon was off the mark there like a lightning bolt.
Slow bouncer there from Jones, but no dent to that score, just 1 run. So 10 runs of 2 balls, a 6 and a 4 will do it.
And you can expect another pace-off delivery from Evan Jones.
Oh. Quick look to Brett White there at square leg umpire, and no signal of, so that's a fair ball, meaning 10 runs from 1 ball. There's a game that was played here many years ago with Snell bowling to John T. Rhodes, and it was a similar situation, and Snell bowled a no ball.
Oh no, that's not what Evan Jones would want.
Clever bowling from Jones to finish off, and the Lions win it. Clever bowling from Jones to finish off this game.
Yeah, it's been a gutsy performance from the Lions. Credit to the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, because they really took this game right to the back end. They really wanted to get that first victory. They're unable to do so, and that means that they are 0 from 3 in this year's CSA T20 competition. The Lions have a second win in this year's competition after undoing the other coastal side to visit the Dolphins Warriors. They'll go on to their game against the Knights in Bloemfontein, buoyed by the confident performance, and it comes down really, Colin, to the guys with the ball in hand doing everything that was needed, because 156, you mentioned 140 would be a par score and maybe you defend it, but 156 maybe a little bit short, maybe, but they've done exactly what they needed to get over the line. And what has been the thing that's impressed you the most about this performance from the Lions?
Yeah, look, firstly, you must remember the Lions in their first game lost really badly to Titans, and for them to bounce back on Friday and win that game, about 62 runs, and now come here and dominate again against, well, not necessarily dominate, but play very well against Dolphins. It sets them nicely now. I know they were sitting in the middle of the table. This will take them higher up again, and a great win for DP World Lions, and congratulations to them. I think it's just back to the drawing board now for Dolphins, and they need to do that change very quick, because they've only got 4 games left, and as you mentioned, their next game is at home against the Dragons from Northwest, and they're going to need to bounce back very quickly. But a very great game from the Lions, and congratulations to them.
Starts from Kai Zondo, Marcus Ackerman and Zipang Ditole. With a bit of fight at the end from Ramashan Pillay and Pringle Brian, but it just wasn't enough to get to the Lions score, and that means they fall short in this result. 15 extras from the Lions, which means that things are expensive with that, and they'll want to rectify that. But talk us through those bowling figures, Colin.
Yeah, no, Kwena Mapaka, as I said earlier, a very exciting young man, came in 4 overs. He got 2 wickets from his 4 overs for 24 runs. Mureki, as I said, was the most expensive of the lot, and picked up that 1 wicket there at the end. But I think Kwena Mapaka and Dawood, who followed up from what he did and on Friday, picking up 5 wickets for 30 in 4 overs, again picked up 3 for 22 in 4. So brilliant bowling from him. I think in that spell of him in the middle, that's where the game really changed. Did a good job. So well done to the DP World Lions.
Absolutely, and thank you, Colin. Well, Dominic Hendricks, we will be with you very soon, I'm sure. There's a game here at the DP World Wanderers on the 13th against Western Province, as the Lions will play host to the Cape Townians. But as I said, the next game for the Lions is away. The Dolphins will play host to the Northwest Dragons. On behalf of myself, David Mitchley, and our fantastic team here, we want to thank you, and we'll see you real soon. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
phantsi kayo.
Western Province win.
He's got him. Easy catch.
What a performance.
Hierdie is baie goed gespeel.
This an excellent game of cricket.